How's it, braddahs, sistahs, aunties, unkos, and my fellow palalas? We are here. We are live. Thank you for sticking with us. We got the technical difficulties kind of sorted out. But aloha and welcome to the Talk Story podcast. It's a Hawaii-based podcast where we talk story all things gaming, movies, and more. For those of you guys that don't know or kicking with us for the first time, we're a group of born and raised people from the islands of Hawaii, and we aim to bring and represent the same spirit of care and aloha with each show. Connecting through our love of gaming and movies while bringing others a little bit closer to just understanding Hawaii in general and the culture and the things that we bring at the same time. That's our responsibility, or as we like to say, that's our kuleana. So please hold us to that, especially Hawaii people. Hold us to that. Now, before we jump in introducing my cherry panel, I just got some house rules and some things to kind of go through. So bear with me with that while I jam the breakdown real fast. Boom. Click this back up. We are primarily, for those of you guys that don't know again, an Xbox and PlayStation centric podcast. Hey, but we cover all platforms. So if you're tuning in for the first time, this show normally runs anywhere between 1 to 3 hours, but stick in because it can get long sometimes because the stories are just that good. For those of you guys within the chat, we're all down for trollings and jokes, but hey, nothing too nuts, nothing too toxic. We're gonna boot you, okay? We don't have super chats at the moment, but hey, we wanna be able to interact with you, so we kind of made this ghetto super chat thing. So if you guys want to be shouted out, or you guys want to interact with the panel as we go along, then please type in your comments all caps, and we'll try and get to you with that. That's kind of our aspect of a super chat. So hey, forgive us on that. We need 1,000 stuff for that. So anything, any like, subscribe thing would help us out greatly. Finally, um, as of now, all of our shows and times are just going to be posted up on top Twitter. So if you guys want to check us out or know what time or have any updates on what our shows, our guests are going to be, what we're going to be talking about, please follow us on Twitter at TalkStoryPodHI right there on your screen. And if you guys also want to know, we're on Spotify and Anchor too. So if you just want the whole shebang on where to follow us and all the platforms, please follow us on Linktree at Talk Story Podcast. Okay. Also, like I was talking about, if you can support and donate to us, we get a PayPal. We're up on the rise. Is what our ninth episode, Vinny. So we trying to get it up there. We're trying to work on things like YouTube membership as best as we can. But honestly, the best way you can support and donate to us is just like subscribing this, and if you enjoy our content. So at the end of the day, I think that is the best way to go. But shucks, record time. I did that way quicker than I normally do. So all right, all right, all right. House rules out of the way. Let's get to introducing my awesome panel in the segment that all you guys kind of know already as How You Bubu. So I'm gonna start with this. I'm gonna start just with my man that's been I haven't seen in a long time. Uso Vinny. Welcome back, brah. It's good to have you. How you doing?
Yo, what's up, man? Good. Just came back from my 2 week trip in the mainland. Got to spend some time in Las Vegas, some time in Utah. It was fun. I got to see my siblings see the snow for the first time, so that was cool. And missed the Halo and launch and a week of Forza, but hey, family time is more important.
Yes, sir.
But I did get to. I came back last night. Got to run a few Halo matches. Loving it so far. And I have like a big list of things I want to do. Let's platinum some games on PlayStation and do some things. Hey, shout out to Shaky. What's up? But yeah, that's it, man.
Shout out to Shaky. What's up, man? That's cool, man. Hey, you were well missed, as you can tell, man. We missed you a lot. Debating whether I should go through the podcast like this the whole entire time, huh? Oh man. But yeah, you well missed you. For those of you guys that notice that we're a little bit short on top our original panel today. Shout out to Blind Giant, shout out to Draco, and shout out to Speed. All of them are busy today. I think Draco was on Oahu, but he's flying back to Washington D.C. right now. So safe flights, my brother. Speed gets something to do, and Blind actually just had a surgery, nothing major, down here in Oahu, but he should be flying back to Maui to rest and recover. So prayers up to you, bro. But without further ado, bruh, since it's just you and me, Vinny, we get a distinguished panel with us today, bruh, to kind of kick it with the local boys. So first off, I want to say I'm super appreciative to each and every one of you that are on today, man. We are big fans of you. We have been following each other for a while now, and super stoked to hear your guys' stories and your guys' thoughts on top the topic that we have today. But I'm gonna jump into what we like to call our creator spotlight. Yes, sir. Bless, sir. Okay. And we're gonna get to know each of the guests that we have on today, and I'm gonna start it off with you, brother Infinite Umbra. For those of you guys that don't know, my man here. Hey, if you know Twitter Spaces, you probably will see him inside here. I believe he's part of the hashtag. And correct me if I'm wrong, bro. Elite Squad, and so represent to all of those homies out there. And you gotta explain to us later on what that means. I don't know. I just know you rep it. And then I'm sure you talk about this later, but he was recently on top of the episode of one of our other Aussie homies, Risk It from the Biscuit. Shout out to him and his Xbox Infinite podcast episode. So Umbra was just guessing on top of that. So please check out and support them as well if you didn't see that episode. But Umbra, how you doing, bro? Thank you for being on top of the show.
I'm good, my man. Thank you guys for having me. Really appreciate it. I just wanted to compliment you, man, just as a host. The way your entire setup was so professional. I've seen people with hundreds of shows done not have a fifth of what you just did right there. I'm just really impressed. Honest to
Brother,
God.
brother, I appreciate it, man. Like honestly, as a host, I think the people that host their own show know the background behind it. My heart be thumping right now. I'm scared. I'm scared enough gonna stutter. But hey, 9 episodes in, man. This is our ninth episode. So hey, we're always trying to grow and always trying to improve. And even if I did messed up, hey, that's how it is, man. We live and we
Absolutely.
learn.
Growing pains, but that was so
Growing pains.
well professionally done. Honestly, I just have to give you credit for that.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, but I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm starting to appear more on different podcasts. I also appeared on K Asante and Everborn's.
Ooh, shout out to
Yeah,
them. Yes, sir.
yeah. Got to give a shout out to those brothers. I have affectionate names for them. I call them Duke Everborn, yeah, per his own request, and Professor Asante because he's so well learned. So I had to give them the credit for that.
Well, yeah, those are very fitting names for those two, man. Very fitting names. But I'm gonna jump straight into it, bro. We want to get to know you a little bit, so I'm gonna pull up some questions that we normally ask the panel on top of the screen right here, just so the people that are watching know that what we're gonna cover. Where you from? Gamer tag stuff, channel, favorite console, top 3 games. It may change up as I ask them, but this is to give a good idea. So a lot of the people that come on the show, I just know them from Twitter. So I just know you as Infinite Umbra and that logo. Shout out to the person that made that is a beautiful logo. But
Thank
sometimes we
you.
don't get to really know the people behind the Twitter account. So
True.
Twitter has enough of the drama that it has, and we'll get into that. But I have learned that when you get to know the person behind the quote unquote Twitter mask, you get to know their history, you get to know where their startup. You can't help but feel just a little bit more connected with them. And the people that we normally connect with on top of this show, um, we like to think of them as family once they leave. And that's the Aloha spirit, that's the Hawaii way. So we'll just jump into the first question, Umbra. Tell us a little bit about where you're from, bro. Where does Infinite Umbra originate from originally?
I'm born and raised Chicagoan. I was born up west.
Woo!
Yeah,
Shot Town.
Chi-Town. So born and raised in Chicago, west side of Chicago. It's not the safest area, but but it also builds a really great character, I would say. Some of the best people here, despite what you may see on the news and things like that. Now, don't get it twisted. It is dangerous. It is dangerous in Chicago,
Iraq.
but yeah, Chirac. Yeah, we didn't get the name for nothing, but
Chirac.
yeah, and I've seen my fair share. But it's a great city, regardless of that. And I think we all have that hometown love, right? Like no matter where you come from, you always gonna be like, yeah, it has this, but it's mine. So
But it's mine.
right. So yeah, I come from Chicago, like I said, West Side, uh, fairly large family. I'm the eldest of formally of five. I'd say formally because my brother passed away some years back. I have three sisters and myself. So just want to throw that out there. I hope that wasn't too depressing.
No, no, man. Hey, shout out. Hey, prayers up to your family. Prayers up to your brother, dude. Like, totally respect you sharing that and stuff. Hey, an older brother, man. That's a me being an older brother myself. That's a it's some work.
Absolutely. It's a lot to look, like if you have this certain responsibility you feel, right? You have to guide those under you. Almost feels like your uncle or a father to them in some ways.
You're the
You know what I
third
mean?
parent.
Yeah,
For
like you're their
real.
parent in a way. Yeah, absolutely. I take that responsibility very serious.
Now, do all of your siblings enjoy gaming as much as you do?
You know, my nephew does, but I mean, sibling wise, uh, it depends on the game, right?
Oh,
It,
yes,
it's
yes, yes.
it's funny because like one of my sisters, we played Midnight Club. She would love Midnight Club. All of us loved Rock Band. So even to this day, we'll play Rock Band too. We'll play Rock Band 3. I still have my 360 over at the family's house. I'll come over there sometimes on a weekend and we'll just rock out. And I love singing, so it's perfect for me.
Yes, dude. I got a question for you on that one later, man, for a show. I gotta ask because it's a Hawaii thing, and maybe it's just a thing that most people with stomachs kind of think of. But favorite Chi-Town food, brother. What is that?
Mm, I would probably have to say Italian beef.
You tell it off, bro.
Oh yeah, if you all haven't had our Italian beef, it's I don't want to say divine because that sounds too pretentious, but it's damn delicious.
Nah,
Yeah,
bro.
Depends
If it's
depends on
divine
who you
to
go
you, it's divine.
to. It is delicious, man. And I mean, Portillo's happen to have my favorite Italian beef. I know they're a big chain, but they do have really good Italian beefs. So if you all ever come to Chicago, go to Portillo's and get an Italian beef. Try them out. I love mine like a lot of peppers. Yeah, I like mine spicy, so a lot of peppers. You get your nice little order of fries with it. I might get a cup of a jus sauce on the side. Delicious. Just dip your beef and keep going.
Ooh. I'm not even a Chi-Town native, and that just sounds good, dude. A jus on anything just sounds good. I actually visited Chi-Town, visited my friend there in Chicago a little bit, and went to Portillo's because thinking like, hey, this is the place of the hot dogs, and it's kind of what it's known for and stuff. But we all swear by the Italian beef, bro. That
Hmm.
hands down, not to dog the hot dog and the people that love the hot dog and all the other stuff there, like the big ass what is that called? Cake shake that they just shove inside there and it gives
Yeah,
you a heart attack. Yeah. Not to dog on that, but that beef sandwich, bro. One of the best things I tried in Chicago. One of the best things, along with your pizza.
absolutely.
Brother, your
Now,
pizza changed my life.
it changed. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a Chicagoan, but I always felt like our deep dish was more of a tourist type of thing. You know what I mean? Like for me, it always was like too much sauce. Like I'm more, I guess, I think I'm more like the New York type of pizza because it's thin. You know what I mean? Thin, like less sauce. But I mean, we do have delicious pizza here too. I just want to say that. But I've never been a big deep dish pizza fan. But there's plenty of people who love it.
Yeah, and bro, your guys deep dish pizza rivalry is there's so much places out there. Yeah, you guys are kind
Mhm.
of like your pizza is kind of like to what we are to shave ice. I think would that be right, Vinny? Shave ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty competitive down here. Shave ice is like the equivalent Hawaii equivalent of a snow cone, but
We get
there's
that
a
here.
oh yeah, for real?
Yeah, well, they call it like Italian ice or something like that.
Okay, yep, yep, yep,
Italian
yep,
ice,
yep.
yeah.
Italian ice, yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, delicious.
So good, dude.
Over here though, they put like condensed milk and all sorts of stuff in the shave ice.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can
man,
get a shave ice float. They put the ice cream in the middle, and you mix that bad boy up.
I've
Oh,
got to
it's
try it
so
someday.
good,
If I ever
dude.
visit,
Yeah,
I got to you boys. I got to get you boys to show me around and get some shaved ice.
brothers. If any of you guys come, Woolley, Joe, or Umbra, hey, we'll take real good care of you, bro. That's just the
Appreciate it.
just
Appreciate
the
it.
Hawaii way, bro. It's Hawaii way. Yeah, but I gotta give a shout out to Chicago pizza, dude. In my opinion, I tried it, and I grew up with Pizza Hut, and specifically the pan pizza, where it's
Mm.
kind of like cooked a little bit more on the bottom and stuff like that, a little bit more saucy. So when I tried Chicago deep dish, I was like, my gosh, dude, this is like a pan pizza on steroids,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, pretty much. You're right.
So good, so good. And then any of the other panel, hey, feel free. I know I said you got to mute your mics, but if you guys want to comment and stuff, just we open at this point. We open at this point. Okay. But I gotta ask this. Moving on. How did the gamer tag Infinite Umbra come about, bro? I don't
Well,
even know what Umbra means, so you could.
well, as far as Twitter and in YouTube, I have it two different names, right? So on Twitter it's Infinite Umbra, and on YouTube it's Eternal
Eternal.
Umbra.
Yep. Yep.
So it's both a play, obviously, on eternity, right? So infinite or eternity or eternal, rather. But Umbra is actually, it's a play on me being black. So I use that as I don't know. I was trying to be clever. I don't know if it came out right, but basically, it's this darker, the shaded area of the moon cast over by the sun. So I use that as a play on blackness. You know what I mean? So that's where that came from. But as far as my gamer tag is actually different. Um, my original gamer tag from the original Xbox was Havoc, and I had it as Havoc because of my love for the comics. So Havoc, Cyclops' brother, I used it because of that. And then I guess I did the dummy and forgot my damn password and everything else and couldn't log back in. So I had to change it.
No, bro. Oh no.
Yeah. So when I got to the 360 era, I moved it. Now I'm Super Havoc. So ever since the 360 era on through now, you'll find me a Super Havoc on Xbox.
Yo, that's dope, dude. Shucks. Hey, condolences to the lost password, bro. No, we all know how that feels.
Yeah, never got a chance to get the achievements on that one.
No, dude, shucks. Oh man. Hey, but now people know, man. Now people know. I wonder that too. Like I wondered, like sometimes what to call you. You know what I mean? Like, is it
Mhm.
infinite? Is it eternal? Because I noticed that there's both. I noticed that there's both.
Yeah. I always tell people you can just call me Umbra, but whatever you're comfortable with. If it's infinite, if it's eternal, I'm fine with it.
You right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It means the same thing at the end of the day.
Pretty much. Yeah, you get it. Absolutely.
Oh, so good, man. Hey, quick shout out to everyone that's here, man. Gotta give all love to the people. Crazy Louis, what's up, brother? Ham Solo. Shaky Shako. I know that's homies from over here for show. Sea touches the clouds. Sensei 808. Our boy Blind Giant. Rest up, brother. Hope everything's doing good, man. Fonz are really gaming. What's up, bro? What's up, Fonz?
Fonz,
Oh
what's
man,
up, brother?
what's up, man?
Yo,
Hey,
this chat is lit tonight. There's some
man, is
there's some
bumping
awesome
off,
names in
bro.
there. I'm good friends with Shaky Shako. He's a big supporter of my podcast as well. So shout out to him. But great to see Ham Solo here. I had a interview with him on his channel.
Yes, you did.
That
Yep.
was
That
awesome.
video was lit.
He's a phenomenal host, man. He's a phenomenal host, and got a really good thing going with that show. And I also just want to back up Umbra's words about your intro, dude, and your whole execution of this whole podcast. It's got such a good vibe, man. Like such an amazing vibe. You really do bring that. I don't know how to say it, like the aloha spirit to
Yes, sir.
you make me feel like for a minute I'm like on a beach in Hawaii, just in that happy place. You brought a warm, inviting, kind of unique positivity and vibe that I don't see I've not seen anywhere else. It's got its own vibe to it, bro. So it's a testament to you, to you and Uso and your goal. Really, you're definitely achieving that. So just want to echo the sentiments of Umbra and what he said, hands down.
Brothers, you guys getting me too emotional. We just starting, man. We just start.
It's a very strong start, bro.
I'm
It's
getting
a very
in the
strong
feels
start.
already. I'm getting in the feels. That means a lot, Woolley, dude. I mean, I was gonna save this till later, but it means a lot because even from the get-go, when both me and Uso were just starting this off, man, you've been a strong supporter of us. Even kind of coming up around the same time when you started to originate your Company of Gamers podcast, dude. So I feel like we're in this together, you know, and the support
what you were
that you
saying
bring
about-
us, bro, is huge. Is huge.
Appreciate that, my dude, and hope I can support more. I love how you mentioned that, you know, the nerves and the anxiety and all the difficult things that come with hosting your own podcast. I am 1,000,000% in that you know, in that boat, brother, and I 100% can empathize and relate. And so I just want to say all the more credit to you and kudos to you for delivering what you are delivering right now. I love your music that you brought on the intro. It just puts everybody into this real good vibe, bro, ready to enjoy whatever it is that you're bringing to the table each show. So yeah, hats off to you and shout out to the lit panel. Great to see Fonzarelli in here as well. Wow, it's awesome.
Yeah, man, and that's a testament, honestly, to not just us but you guys as well. You know, you guys as guests, whether it be Shaky coming in, whether it be Blind Sensei 808 who's been rocking with us for a while. People know you, and then we'll get into this later too. But like I said, hey, we're starting a little bit too quick on this, but hey, the impact that we have, whether it be on Twitter or whether it be, it's things that I feel like we don't even recognize, and the chat in itself are testaments to that. So yeah, we will create a space for with Aloha and stuff like that, but the people that come in and support you guys are just a testament to what you guys do as well, both you, Umbra, BottyGerJoe, and Woolley, man. So hey, respect to that 100%. But I didn't forget about you, Umbra. We still got some questions. We still want to get to know you, brother. So I'm going to move on to the next question that I got for you is, whether
before you ask that, Bango, I wanted to ask you something. What did you
I like
get?
this. I like this.
Reverse card. You activated my trap card, Bango.
Kaiba coming at me.
Where did your name come from as far as Bango Bango? Where did that come from?
This is a fun one. Hey, we're off the cuffs already, dude. Joe, Woolley, Uso, if you got it in this, we'll just shoot it. We'll just shoot it like this. So Bango Mango comes from so I told this story on Robot Republic, the fellow UK along with Woolley gamers that do their own show. So shout out to them. But my original name was Shishi Mango 808. Okay. So for those of you guys that are Japanese or within Asian culture, shishi means piss. Okay, so it means pee. Mango is just a mango. No nothing special
piss.
about
What?
that. So it was mango. Mango piss, and 808 stands for like, and this is a thing that I told on Boom Show. But if you see anyone with an 808, that's our area code in Hawaii. So if you see like a gamer tag with an 808 at the end, that normally, at least for us, signifies that person reps Hawaii or is from Hawaii. So
that's awesome, man.
So Usuvini, when you see his gamer tag, like Usuvini 808, he reps that he comes from Hawaii. So
nice. Okay.
But before you guys judge me on like, what the hell, why you piss mango? Okay, so in Hawaii, and I'm sure it's probably like this in Chicago or growing up, we call it like small kind days, or like when you're a little kid, hanabara days, like when snot is just coming out of your nose and you don't care because you're a kid. We have these sayings, like they're just like fun little sayings, So for example, one of the sayings in Hawaii would be hambalala ukulele, mama kissed the baby, peanut butter jelly, and that doesn't make any sense when you just say it out loud, you know what I mean? And it's not supposed to.
Mama kissed the peanut butter jelly. I know exactly what that means. That's disgusting.
Hambalala.
When a mom kisses when a mum kisses a
Hambalala
baby.
ukulele. Mama
Ambalala
kissed the baby.
ukelele.
Peanut butter jelly. Okay,
So
but
I'm just asking, does that mean is that like mocking like the scene where a mum gives a kid a kiss on the lips and he's got snot down his nose and she kisses the peanut butter jelly?
dude, I don't know, but that could literally be it. It could
'Cause
totally be that.
That is literally what it's giving me vibes about. Maybe it's because you mentioned about when you're a kid and you got snot and you don't care, like, oh,
That's
I
some
don't know.
deep thinking, Woolley. I never thought of that, but hey, that could totally be it, Vinny. I that could totally be it. But see, with that, like hambalala, ukulele, like so ukulele is the instrument. Hambalala is kind of like a term for like, oh my gosh, like you're in trouble now, like, oh shit. That's like hambalala for like a little kid. But see, that's the thing. It's not supposed to make sense. And as a kid, you're just putting together things that rhyme and are just fun. And so as a kid growing up, like whenever you'd see like, oh hambalala, like, oh man, you messed up or you're about to get lickings, which is like strong discipline with a belt from your parents. Some people may call it abuse nowadays, but hey, in Hawaii, that's just normal. Okay,
Oh,
so
trust me, bro. Trust me,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, I was gonna say Umbra,
You're
no,
not
bro.
too far
Umbra,
from, yeah. You already, I don't even have to go into it, but yeah, it's the same here.
there's certain cultures too, and Joe, I don't know if the Hispanic culture gets into this too, but we call it lickings, but it's like, yeah, you mess up, dude, you're gonna get the belt, and it's you're gonna learn after that. So, but we got all kinds, man. Back scratcher is a pretty big one over here. Um, Bamboo stick, and by all means, we're not supporting abuse to your kids, but that's just how I was raised. You know what I mean? Like, oh, just you in trouble, you can get disciplined that way. And hey, I turned out fine, man. Didn't do too
Absolutely. Look at you, an upstanding
much.
citizen.
Outstanding citizen, outstanding
Yeah.
citizen. But yeah, so because of that, my friend in high school, to kind of round out your question, in a very similar way, when her kind of interpretation of oh shit was holy shishi mango. And so I thought that was pretty hilarious, so I made
Sounds
that
like
my
a quote from Robin of like Batman. Holy shishi mango, Batman.
that's gonna be the freaking voice for it 100%.
That ain't no shishi mango, Robin. That is the bango mango.
You gotta have the meme where he's slapping him, yeah.
Right.
Oh dude, that's hilarious. So um I didn't want to offend any of my Asian brethren, and in my head I was like, okay, if I make a platform and by Lord willing, if I make it big, I don't think people would appreciate my name being Piss Mango, especially the Japanese people that understand what shishi means,
Right.
because Hawaii is a mixed plate of people here. You got Portuguese, you got Hawaiian, Micronesian, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Caucasian, all different kinds of people living here. So yeah, when I made it and I changed it, I was like, okay, like that's a cool one. A lot of people down in Hawaii say, oh, bango. So we just bango mango. Same thing as bingo bango mango. 91 is when I was born. 91 is when I was born, so I was a 90s kid. About
You look
30
good for
right
30,
now.
bro. You're
I,
looking healthy, bro. Good skin.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. I
Look
gotta
after yourself.
it's the Hawaii sun and the surf, man. That's what I gotta give shout outs to. So
Yeah, boy.
Nice.
but that's the story, Umbra. That's the story.
Your name actually reminds me of a song. It's one of my. So I was a community support worker for 9 years, and
Dang.
I would have this song where we would sometimes play it, and it would always make a lot of the clients I support laugh. But it was called Bingo Bango Bongo, and it's a phenomenal song, man. It's a 1950s tune about a missionary who doesn't want to go back home to his annoying life. And he's too happy in the jungle. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to go back to all the stresses of life. And he goes, "Bingo, bango, bongo! I'm so happy in the jungle. I refuse to go." And it's just such a cool, upbeat, happy tune. So
Yeah.
I wonder why that's why he was saying "bingo, bango, bongo," because he was basically referencing the fun buzzwords used that around the kids that he would probably be teaching as a missionary, and he was repeating their lines of dialogue, and he was saying, "I'm having so much fun, bingo bango bongo, I don't want to go home from the jungle. I don't know. It's just I've never put the connection together. But
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. That reminds me
Also,
of George of the
Fallout 4
Jungle,
soundtrack.
dude. George of
yeah,
the
that's the
Jungle.
one, bro. It
Yeah,
was
Fallout 3,
it
Fallout
was in
4.
Fallout 3. Yeah,
Oh, for
100%.
real?
Yeah, it was in. That's what taught me the tune. That's the song that I learned that song from that game. And yeah, good shout, bro. Good shout.
Dude, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Hey, that's a new one in my arsenal. I spent a lot of time working with kids, so I gotta look that one up and add that to my
Yeah, bro.
repertoire
Type in
of
Fallout 3. Fallout 3. Bingo Bango
Bingo
Bongo.
Bango Bongo. You gotta find that song. And if I ever have an intro, bro, I'm playing that. I'm
It's
making that
phenomenal,
live.
dude. It's a great tune.
That's hilarious, dog. That's hilarious. But Umbra, channel beginnings and content beginnings, dude. So I know that you're starting. I see. At least for me, I seen you a lot on Twitter. You know, I see the following that you have, the influence that you have. People will note at least for in my spaces, like how you structure spaces in the same way that Woolley kind of just gave the kind words, you know, in ways where you just feel that aloha, you feel that love, you know, there's no toxicity. I've known that your spaces that you run have kind of felt that, you know, and whether it be guesting on top shows or things like that, like I just want to ask the question to you, like, where did it begin? Where did it begin for Umbra to be like, you know what, I kind of want to jump into this gaming space. I kind of want to try out these new things. Like, what's the origin story of that, brother?
Well, it came from watching other content creators, right? So, like, I'll watch Rand Thor, who's also a Chicagoan, by the way. I got to give him, hometown love.
Shout out to Rand. Oh, my bad. Did I cut out? Is everything good? Did Umbra cut out? I don't know.
He may have disconnected.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
You're good, bro. You're good.
Sorry about that. So yeah, like people like Dealer, Rand, Colt, obviously Fonzarelli, who I'm wondering if he showed up because of me here. I'm wondering that. Blow my head up a little bit, but yeah. And he's also coming to my spaces. Yeah, my boy. Love Fonz's shows, by the way. So all of these guys, and I thought they created a really nice, positive, aura around gaming, right? Like it was a lot of no nonsense, just factual things they talked about. And even if maybe they could have been wrong on it, they would admit, hey, okay, I was wrong about that. And I think we miss a lot of that when it comes to these discussions about gaming. And, because the toxicity has gotten so bad. So I gravitated toward these guys here because they, to me, were much more positive. They spoke about what they like versus what they hate. And you got a lot of people who push the opposite, you know what I mean? So because of that, and I'm kind of that guy anyway. I'm an optimistic kind of guy. I'm typically positive. I don't go around just trying to like spread negativity. And and that's not to say that I haven't had my words with people here and there. I believe me and Joe have had words here and there, but we're good. You know what I mean? But no hate. And Joe and Joe communicate every now and then on Twitter. If we come across each other, no problem. So that's long gone. But just to throw it out there, like I try to keep it positive in general, and I just like building up that positivity in the community. So whenever I host these spaces, if you ever stop in, you'll hear me in there. Maybe I'm cracking jokes, doing voices, asking people questions about whatever themselves, their lives, like gaming in general. And definitely you will hear me singing. Sometimes ad nauseum, you'll probably get tired of it. But I mean, we had one the other night that went for hours and we were in there just acting a fool,
I saw that. I woke up,
Yeah.
I went to sleep, I woke up again, and you guys were still on, bro.
Yeah, man. And that was after I came from having drinks and practice with the band. So it was like one thing after another, but it's just so fun to do, to actually connect with these people who typically you would only have seen their tags on Twitter or whatever and just see their words written out. So to actually hear you guys, you know what I mean? It's a different experience, but I try to keep that positivity going for the community. And it's not walled off. So I don't care if you're a PlayStation guy only or a Nintendo person or whatever guy only, or I just care about that if you come to my space, you're going to talk as a gamer, or just be real. Yeah, I don't accept and I don't allow any negativity when it comes to that. So no matter which way it is, now you have the right to your opinions, of course. If you dislike something, I'm not going to be like, you can't come in here and say you don't dislike Forza or Halo, but I'm just
How dare
asking.
you?
Right? How dare you, sir? But absolutely, I just feel like we have too much toxicity, and actually talking, like you pointed out earlier, having these spaces where we can talk to each other and hear each other, I think changes things when you get, it gets past that wall of just that barrier of anonymity. So that's my thing. And I'm trying to move from that into content creation as well, as you spoke about with the Xbox Infinite podcast with Risk It for the Biscuit and Jedi Knight Peter. Now I'm a regular on the show now. And I joked with them the other day and I said, Risk It, I think you guys added me here because I have infinite in my name. So it's like perfectly fitting for the for the podcast. I said, well, now I'm like David Ruffin and you guys are the Temptations. I have
Oh
infinite in my
no,
name.
David Ruffin.
Ain't nobody come to see you risk it. No, but but no, appreciate those guys too. Just it's cool to have people just to reach out, like even like you guys did, to reach out, for you and Vinny to reach out to me and everything and extend this welcome to come out here and do this. I really appreciate that.
No, well spoken, dude. And that's the thing, man. I love that. That's one of my favorite aspects about the gaming community. Is that those that are successful, I love it when they come and just either give compliments. There's a ton of examples right here in the chat. Huge names, man, but just coming in on small podcasts like ourselves and just showing love, or giving people guest spots. And I feel like that's where a lot of us kind of started, and it's the same way that we want to pay it forward. Like I said, like Woolley was that to kind of us on the startup, and then people like Dutch coming in now and helping with us and bringing us under his wing, man. Like we only can give respect and love to peoples in the community that do stuff like that. So well said, dude. Hey, and congratulations. Excited to see you a part. I seen you on another time and on top of the thing, and I saw your name there. I was like, I wonder if this guy's like set in the panel already. Yeah. So
yeah. Risk It just more or less kind of like arm barred me into the like, yeah, okay, well, you're a regular now. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, okay, I guess so. Why not?
Dude, trust. We had Risk It on. I think you bring a lot of yin to his yang, dude. So you got two Aussies in there, man. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Risk It's a wild boy too. That's two good dudes.
Two very good dudes. I can see you being the Ruffin of it all. Risk It the other guy that sings the falsetto all the time.
Yeah, Risk It is going to be Otis, and Jedi Knight Peter is going to be Blue, or no, he'll be what's his name, Cornbread.
Oh man, these Temptation references got me dying, bro. All right, so I'm gonna cap it off. We're gonna round this time with you to a very, very cool close, brother. Top 3 favorite games.
Top 3 favorite games of all time.
Of all time.
It's so hard to narrow it down, but
it is.
Is it okay to name a franchise as a whole?
Absolutely, yeah. Name a franchise as a whole.
Halo, number 1 of all time. Now,
I agree.
It'll be hard to try to break it down properly to give 3, and then because 3 is my favorite out of the franchise for different reasons, just nostalgia and what it meant to me at the time, right? 2 has its moments, obviously, and CE is just introducing me to the franchise, into the lore. CE. I love 4 for the story. The multiplayer, however, was terrible, and 5 switched that up and had the story terrible and multiplayer right. Crazy, right? I think they got it right here with Infinite though, and I'm loving it, the multiplayer. And I'm stuck to it, and like I said, I jumped off of it just before. I looked at the time. I'm like, oh, I got to get off. I'm in the middle of a big team battle. With my boys, and with the elite squad, as you pointed out. So I had
that's
to
what
jump
that's
off.
what it is. The elite squad. It's the
Yeah.
boys. That's what's that's the crew.
I always tell everybody, I say we have the elite squad and we're growing because more people were like, hey, what's that? Can I join in? I'm like, yeah. We're like, yeah, sure. We asked the members and everybody's like, okay. We call ourselves the elite squad, but I'm like, I don't know if we're that dang good. I don't know. I think we're okay, the okay squad, but we're getting there. We're getting better, and we're getting some more elite members. I'll say that. So we have a few who are like really, really good at Halo. Like I'm okay. I'm right now. I'm at I think gold 5. That's what my ranking was, which is not bad. It's right under platinum. But I have some guys that we added now who are killers, man. So we're getting there. We're going to earn that name, the Elite Squad. It was just something we kind of came up with. And it's just a group of good guys, that want to meet up on the Xbox and, they'll support each other. And like my guys will typically come to the podcast or whatever too and support too. So I'll make sure to have them, come through and support you guys as well. But yeah, from that, from Halo, I'll like I said, Halo will be the entire franchise. 2, I'm just going to give the recency bias. So I'm just going to say The Witcher 3.
Oh, Vinny's right there with you, man.
Yeah, one of
There
the
you are,
greatest
Vinny.
games ever made, no question. And DLC included. And then I'll say my other game of the 8th gen, Red Dead Redemption 2. Just 2 masterpieces back to back for me. So I'll just give that. Now it's kind of
That's a
recency
sexy
bias.
list, bro.
Yeah, thank you. And I could probably get more in depth and break it down, but I think I'm just going to stick to the more recent ones that really still resonate heavy in me. So those are my 3. Why Halo? I have so much memories tied to that. If I took the time to actually try to calculate the time I put into it and my family and friends, I don't know how long that would take. It's got to be tens of thousands of hours, over time. And I'm talking about replaying it, going through the franchise, through the story or campaign, and buying it again or getting, the Halo Master Chief Collection and such. And it's so heavy with me because, like I said, I lost my brother some years ago, and that was one of the major games we always played, you know what I mean? Be it co-op campaign or multiplayer. So it really it has just that place in my heart that won't ever go away. You know what I mean? The Witcher 3 is just so spectacular. I don't know how else to put it, but outside of it being a masterpiece in storytelling and the world building, and just feel it's so fully lived in. I want gaming to go that direction more. That's why I was so hyped for Cyberpunk. I'm sure we'll have negative thoughts on that, so I'm not going to go too far. But even though I put 459 hours into Cyberpunk, but still. And Red Dead Redemption 2, just because of the spectacular acting, the world was so fully realized. Like people often say, well, The Last of Us 2, the most beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And it is a nice looking game until you see Red Dead Redemption 2, in my opinion. And I'm just being honest. I think it's just, like I've sat there and rode around and, yeah, that's a good boy, and you just look out, you look out into the little sunset and everything. It's like, this is a game. This is a game right here I'm playing. Like, who would have thought we would come this far, right? 100%. It's insane. Yeah. So that's my 3.
Dang good picks, bro. Dang good picks, bro.
I think Red Dead Redemption 2 has reached that almost the threshold of how far kind of what's the word? Hard-coded AI behavior can go before machine learning AI kind of does anymore. I mean, the way that they've managed to do the AI in Red Dead Redemption 2 is verging on not quite uncanny valley, but getting there. Like it's at a point where they've taken it so far that the only way I can imagine AI ever getting better is with machine learning, and that's a testament to that game. I'm not the biggest fan of Red Dead Redemption 2, purely because I found a little bit too what's the word? Kind of
Monotonous.
indulgent. Yeah,
Monotonous.
in the realism monotony of doing things just for the sake of doing them. I prefer Red Dead Redemption 1. Think that game had the perfect balance, but there's no denying that it's a technical masterpiece, without a doubt. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, and like you said, as far as that, as far as the machine learning and such, you're right. It's like at a point we get, even visually, we get to that diminishing returns point. Like
Yeah,
how far can we go? You know. So yeah, absolutely.
GTA trilogy far. That's how far.
Oh no!
Bringing the OG back. I mean, I reckon this was all the plan. Release a terrible version to make everybody want the OG version and regret not buying it. To then bring back the OG version to make everybody buy it. That's how companies work, man. They're not your friends. They're just after your money.
Reverse psychologized us.
Reverse psychologize.
Reverse psychologize.
Facts.
That's the word, dude.
This is the way.
Oh man, hey, real good picks, man. Hey, shout out to the Elite Squad, Vinny. We got to make up our own hashtag to get the local homies on top here, because you guys got the Elite Squad. I know Woolley got the family of gamers. So man, we
gotta get 808 bangers.
808 bangers.
The 808 boys.
The 808 boys, which I feel like have been probably used by every Hawaii clan in the second history of time.
How can we make an original name with 808s?
The bingo bango day.
Yeah. I was going to say
the
808 bangos.
Oh man,
don't hate on the 808s.
Oh, that's I think it's a T-shirt here. Honestly,
it's dropping gems.
Farmers market.
just dropping gems. You all can take whatever you like
at the farmers market. Oh man, all right. And with that, dude, I appreciate you just coming on and being able to share your story with us, dude. I think this is a side of people, at least within the podcast realm, that I think that we don't get to hear too much. So whether it be, your history with Halo CE and why Halo and why it means a lot to you and ties to that family connection, and then just understanding your name to what the Elite Squad is and stuff like that. So good, dude. So good. And shout out to all the people in the chat that just hopped in. Compose Smurf, hey, I agree with you, but 343, they got my heart right now. But I agree with you, brother, and respect to your opinions 100%. Newtonian, what's up? Buck Roger, Saltiest Gaming. I appreciate all you guys for coming in and kicking in with us. Okay, Umbra. Last thing for you. Any questions you got in regards to Hawaii that's just been burning on top of your mind? Because we got people, at least within the Halo 2 days, that be thinking that we ride turtles to school. So I just want to clear up some misconceptions that people may have about Hawaii, if you got or any questions in general.
Can you imagine having to try to get to school on a turtle? I'm guessing you guys would have to get up like at midnight just to get to school on time. Huh?
No, trust. Hawaii people will crucify you if you even touch a turtle, bro.
Oh, wow.
The truth is they surf to school, and their school is located on the back of a giant turtle, right?
It's like Finding Nemo, huh?
Yeah.
Like Avatar.
Right. But my question would be, I guess I'm going to go back to cuisine, because I actually had that thought when you asked that. So I was with one of our delicacies, if you will. Obviously, we have a lot, but Italian beef is one of the top ones, right? Pizza, obviously, I can go on and on.
Yeah.
What is like a major Hawaiian, or I don't know, is it Polynesian, maybe I should say? What's a major Hawaiian dish? Like, I had never really known what exactly like a hometown, real, actual Hawaiian meal. What is the major one that for you?
Ooh, Vin, you want to take this? Do you have one in mind?
I say poke. Poke is like the biggest reason.
Is that a salad? Is that poke salad?
No, not the poke salad. Poke is like, it's like Poke is Japanese for diced raw fish.
Oh,
So it's diced raw fish with rice, and you could add any type of sauces you want. But if you guys ever come to Hawaii, the ones to always get is the spicy tuna poke. That's
Yes, it
like
is.
our mascot for Hawaii. Forget the flying cockroach bird or whatever. Spicy tuna poke. If you guys
The
ever come to Hawaii.
the flying cockroach bird.
Oh, it's just a joke. So our
Oh,
national bird, yeah, our cockroaches are so big in Hawaii and they fly. So the joke is the national bird are the cockroaches.
oh, that's
And
got to be terrifying.
they strike fear in the biggest of
Oh,
men.
bruh.
Yeah,
Trust.
it sounds terrifying.
It's all macho. Like picture like a 300-pound Samoan guy just walking up, and then all of a sudden, once that thing sprouts its wings and starts coming at you, oh man,
He's
you hear
walking
the
around doing the haka. He's like, yeah, yeah.
He's
Damn, roach flies
spitting,
by,
he's
and they're like,
karate chopping. He's doing everything he can.
But yeah, I'd have to agree to that, man. Poke is pretty big, man. It's so big that in our normal places where you would buy groceries, there's always some type of poke bar or poke place that kind of serves poke on top of the side. And it's a real good, like, honestly, it's all kind. It's a dinner food, it's a snack food, it's a eat on the beach food,
"Hmm,
lunch food, all different. And there's different kind. But the thing that differentiates it from what Woolley said, because I think he's onto something, man. There's people in the mainland, which we call like America or anywhere that's not Hawaii. Um,
America.
America. Not in a bad way, but you know what I mean, like just anywhere that's not Hawaii, we call it the mainland. And so in the mainland they serve poke as well. But they'll add so much stuff to it. They'll add like avocados and
Yeah, it's disgusting.
salad and things like that. And to them, hey, if that's your jam, that's your jam. But where we grew up, it's a lot of technique and less ingredients. We let the ingredients kind of shine. We let the fish shine. We let the sauce shine. And so it's real simple, like just some
nice.
diced up stuff, spicy ahi, like the famous one he said is pretty much some real fresh ahi.
it sounds
And
like
then
my jam, bro. I'm in love with foods like that, with like sushi and
oh, you'll
spiced
love it,
rice.
bro. You'll
You'll
love
love
this.
poke. You'll
It
love
sounds,
poke.
it
Trust me.
sounds like sushi to me. That's what I'm hearing when you
It's
the way you
kind of
describe it.
yep.
Yeah,
It's pretty much sushi, but you don't pack it into the rice. It's just
I
It's like a
work on the
sushi
trains.
bowl.
I work on the
Okay.
trains, and they have this thing called the poke salad, and that's why I asked poke salad. But it's not got any fish in it. It's actually
interesting.
a delicious kind of mixed berries, mixed fruit with a few oats and all kind of
Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah.
dried mango, and raisins, and all kinds of different 15 different types of fruit all
Dang.
mixed together with a glaze, with a honey glaze, and it's delicious, but it's nothing like the poke that Vinny mentioned, and that sounds amazing. Yeah,
Hey,
sounds
what you
really
say?
good.
That sounds like a super good, super vegan bowl, man. And it sounds
Yeah,
good too.
I
Yeah.
like to eat healthy,
Yeah.
bro. But I don't know if vegans would allow it because it's honey,
Oh, yeah. It depends what kind of vegan you are. There's like
They're
different
so
kinds. Yeah.
mean to the bees.
I was going to
Look
say,
how
wait, vegans
miserable
don't
those
like honey
bees
either?
are.
I could not live like that. Imagine
I can't,
steaks
dude.
and everything else around us here in
Yep,
Chicago, and I'm like, and I choose just to eat vegetables and such. No.
I
Free the
cannot.
beehive.
Let them buzz in peace.
Free them.
But yeah, dude, Willie, you'd love that. Yeah. And it's real simple, dude. Like it's just chopped up fish, real fresh fish. The best places will have it the fresh because they literally caught it down in the Pacific and then just brought it up that morning. And then they just mix it, man. Some sesame oil, some shoyu inside there, some Hawaiian sea salt, some green onions, or I think you guys would know it as I forget what it's called, honestly. We call it green onions, but it's the little green things that you put inside there, and then some just fresh raw onions. Mix that bad boy up. You can add some tamago egg inside there, some fish eggs.
Wow. Sounds some caviar.
Oh, that's the bougie one.
I'm not wealthy or affluent enough for that kind of stuff. But no, my unfortunately for me, my fiance is deathly allergic to shellfish. So, and I mean like literally, her soul would leave her body within 5 minutes of going near a prawn. And so, unfortunately, anything that she can't even go in the sea because of the corals and the crayfish and stuff. And if she comes into contact with the water that's been near the crabs and crayfish, she'd get a reaction in the sea. It's that bad. So, alas, I've had to make sacrifices. Like if I come to Hawaii, she's not coming with me. My goodness knows what will go on over there. I'm only kidding. But
that sounds nice. I have to try that one day when I come there, if I ever come there.
Dude, you guys got to, dude. Just tell your wife, hey babe, just stay in the hotel, and I'll go. I'll bring all the stuff to you. Oh man, hey, sea touches the clouds. Trust, it is delicious. And Sensei, you hit it on the mainland word is scallions. That's what it is. We call it green onion, but scallions. That's what we put outside here. Yeah, but yeah.
I'm a scallion, baby.
Scallion, baby. But yeah, hey, thanks. That was a good question, dude. And I don't know why I'm thinking about your cuisine now, but I just want donuts because I know Chicago got choked donuts.
Yeah,
but
we got a lot of good food out here, man.
Respect. But moving on to the man to my lower right down here, Mr. Tiger Joe. Okay. You will know him. You will see him in the Twitter Spaces. He has his definitely his way of thinking, 100% for sure. And to be honest, bro, I don't agree with half the shit you say, but I got nothing but love for you, bro. I got nothing but love for you, dude. Whether it be Harry, I don't even know how to pronounce that, brother Harry, or whether it be Harry Balzania or Will Ferrell's sister, whatever the persona may be, my brother. Welcome to the show. I'm super stoked to have you on. You've been a good friend to me and the crew at Talk Story for a minute now. So appreciate you having you on, dude.
Yeah, appreciate the invite for sure.
Yeah, 100%, man. Jumping straight into the questions as well. Hey, tell us where you're from.
Yep. Well, I'm born and raised Southwest Detroit, locally known as Mexican Town. Growing up, there was only a handful of Latino families, and you kind of knew everybody. But through the years, it's kind of blown up. Southwest is huge, and there's people from all over South America there now. But so yeah, Southwest Detroit, Mexican American, first generation. Both my parents are straight from Mexico.
Awesome.
Both got their green cards. My dad and mom both now have their dual citizenship, so there's both technically Mexican and American.
Awesome.
Yep, big family, 6 of us. I'm so there's 3 older siblings, and there's 2 of us that are 8 years apart from them, and then we have our youngest brother that's 8 years apart from us. So it's kind of a big spread family. But besides that, yeah, I'm in Detroit as far as locally, food-wise and stuff like that. We're not necessarily known for anything in particular. I'd say, one of my favorites is we do have a deep dish here. It's not like Chicago. It's mostly bread, but it's known for being cooked in a steel kind of rectangle, and so the cheese is spread to the sides, so it cooks onto the sides. It gets real crispy. There's no crust, which is the best part about it. So I mean, Detroit deep dish is kind of my go-to, even on almost every Friday we get it for the family.
That's a straight to the point pizza, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you got no crust, you got nice thick, under crust and cheese, pepperoni, whatever. But besides that, for Detroit, I mean, like I said, we've got a huge South American Mexican influence. So on any other corner, even outside of Detroit, in the suburbs, I live in the suburbs now. There's lots of Mexican food trucks. So with the drop of a hat, if I want tacos, I drive down the street. There's a place, yeah. There's places that have tacos like crazy, and tortas and stuff like that. So my go-to is the pizza, but for the most part, I'm Mexican American, so I definitely enjoy the taco trucks and whatnot. You know, I'm married. People might know. I was on Ham Solo show once. Kind of talked a lot about where I'm from and what I'm all about. I've got three sons, 21, 19, and gonna be 17 pretty quick here. And you know, it's
Wow,
mostly
dude.
yeah, it's mostly about them. You know, I, I kind of started gaming late in life as a kid. You know, my console was a Game Boy because that's all I could afford. And then it wasn't until after I got married, I was 21, I got my first console. And that was PlayStation One. And back then, you know, you could have them, yeah, I guess you know, jailbroken, and you could burn and rip, you know, discs. And you go to the local flea market. You pay some dude to throw a chip in it. It's jailbroken, and now you can play pretty much everything. So that's kind of my intro to the gaming world. I had lots of friends that had consoles, so I didn't go without playing. You know, I had a spoiled neighbor kid that had every console from Commodore 64 to Atari, so I didn't miss out on nothing. I just didn't have my own stuff until after I grew up. You know, but as far as me personally, yeah, you know, no hate, nothing but love for the guys out here. You know, we had our differences here and there. To be honest, I'd say half of my mutuals are people I started an argument with, and we kind of come to common ground. It's like, you know, I don't hate you, you don't hate me. We obviously have different perspectives. Nobody's wrong. It was
Yes.
you kind of stare at each other. You're like, well, I guess we'll be friends now. And so I get to hear all the silly nonsense, the counterpoints to my point, and I'll just cringe with some of the things my friends say, but or my mutuals, I should say. And nah, it's a good thing. I appreciate the invite. I'm not really much of a content creator. I'd be happy to participate in some of these things. I know Mr. Vinny and JT had invited me to start maybe a podcast, and I kind of chickened out on that. But like I said, I'm a grown man. I'm 44 years old. I got stuff going on. I'm kind of busy. I'm happy to pop in, but I don't have the energy to try to create a show or create content stuff like that. But you know, I enjoy watching them. There's a lot of good people out there, a lot of good shows. You know, it's interesting to see some of the perspectives, and I do appreciate those.
No, brother, trust. You being a father in yourself, raising three kids, dude. That's 21 at the oldest and 17 at the youngest, dude. That in itself is a feat, bro. And I shout out to Woolley too. I know you're a father as well, man. And then Umbra, I'm not. I don't know if you are too, but hey,
Thanks,
that.
bro. I'm not a father. That kid in my PFP is my little brother.
Oh,
A
it's your
lot
little
of people,
brother.
yeah, a lot of people kind of assumed he's my son. I don't, you know, I don't blame them. I'm old enough to be his dad,
Mm-hmm.
and I am pretty much the father figure in his life because he doesn't see his dad. So
Dang.
I have kind of adopted him as more of a son than a little brother to a degree, and
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
be taking the mantle, taking responsibility of care and custody of him when my mum gets too old to look after him. So yeah, I am in it for the long haul with Ethan. But yeah, I'm not a dad. But yeah, kudos to Tiger Joe. You don't look old enough to have a 21-year-old, my dude. Why is it with
For
all you
real,
guys
dude.
looking young right like on this panel? No, maybe that's why Umbra thought you were Hawaiian too, because you
Yeah,
you look young, dude.
I did not believe you'd have a kid that old.
Yeah, look, 21,
Yeah, I'm
bloody hell, man.
44.
You
I
sound.
got
Well,
married.
how
I
old
got
were
married.
you? 12?
I was. I got married 5 days after I turned 21. That's
You
not
got,
that young,
no,
really,
dude,
to
you
be
got married
honest.
at 13, admit it.
Nah, I'm an old man, man. 44. That's pretty old.
You look good,
Oh
bro.
man. Hey, when you know, man. This man was ready, dude. He had the plan. Hey,
That's about
but
it.
uh, I gotta ask you this because I know Latino families, at least to me, are very similar to Hawaiian families. I don't know if you want to add to this, Vinny, but I know you guys can party, bro. And then all the celebrations you guys have as a family, I feel that that's very connective to the Hawaiian culture as well. You know, your guys quinceañeras, you know, we call that 1 year old or first birthday parties. We celebrate the exact same way. It's just different age, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the way you guys party and stuff like that, and your guys' family dynamic, very same to the Hawaiian culture as well. You know, just lots of I don't know what your beer of choice would be down here, where there's a lot of Heinekens and stuff like that. But I know it's a lot of beer, a lot of snacks and foods and
Modelos.
Modelos.
Oh, and desperados, I imagine.
Yeah, if I had to pick a
Mexican beer
Mexican
is my
beer, I
favorite.
prefer
It's
Tecate. I
light.
think I think Hellboy likes Tecate. I like
Ooh,
Tecate
the
too.
Mexican beers, dude. See, and that's the thing about Hawaii, bro. We can't claim Mexican food. I mean, there's some places that I would think are
Do some
alright,
fusion.
but
Yeah.
yeah, but we can't claim what you guys have in Detroit. We can't claim what um the Cali scene is like. We definitely can't claim what the Mexico scene is like 100%. So Hawaiian people crave good Mexican food. It's just we haven't experienced it, and we got to come and correct them and forgive any of my Hawaiian brothers that may do this that say Taco Bell is the best Mexican food that they've tasted. So that's all we got here sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's surges,
you
I
roast
guess.
them pigs. Them pigs, that's carnitas to us. So I mean, you're
Brother, you
halfway
were
there.
yeah. You
You just
roasted
gotta
pigs too, dude.
start making the tortillas right. You'll be good to go.
Yeah, the tortillas. We don't grow the wheat though, bro. We can't make taro tortillas.
Give it a shot, man. It don't hurt.
Man.
That's hilarious, dude. I want one of those where you peel it off, you cut the pineapple up, boom, some cilantro and some onions. Oh my gosh, I want that, dude. I want that. That's our equivalent of poke, dude. I miss that. I mean, I've never had it, but shucks. If I ever come to Detroit, bro, please hook me up. Tell me where to
Absolutely.
go.
Look me up, man.
I will, man. Hey, like I said, we fam, bro. We fam, and I can tell just by the Latino culture and stuff like that, we will connect well. But I think even shout out to what you were saying, Woolley. Even being a brother, sometimes we take that father figure mantle, and at the end of the day, I think regardless of what um our thoughts are on Twitter, I think that's something important. We gotta know that, dude. We gotta know that these are fathers we're talking to. These are people with kids that we're talking to. These are people with lives that are outside of the Twitter space that we're talking to. So I gotta say, dude, regardless if you're a content creator or not, the things you've done in your life is what matters a lot more to me. You know, raising 3 kids ain't no joke. Shooting a tweet out is easy. Raising kids ain't no joke, bro. So respect to you, bro. Respect to you. With that, I'm gonna run it down to, just for the sake of time, but maybe like one favorite game that impacted you, or that you would say like, oh man, this is my game, bro.
Yeah, it's tough. Cutting it down to one. It'd be tough. On him show, I said the perfect game is Symphony of the Night. As far as Castlevania,
The
I wasn't.
perfect game, yeah.
Now, I'll
No,
say that.
speak your piece.
I gave that to him on his show, but for your show, I'll say, one of the biggest game changers most recently in history for me was, Demon Souls. Metal Gear has a big part of my heart, but Demon Souls kind of busted open the world as far as games go. I mean, look where they're at now with Elden Ring. Past few years, you got Bloodborne, and Sekiro. Sekiro won Game of the Year. I mean, Demon Souls was kind of just scratching the surface of what they wanted to do with games, and it was neat because you could play online. You could be a Black Phantom and attack people and get your black tendency up and stuff like that. Those ways to play the game where you play it through at least a couple times to get everything you need to get. So having that replayability and the online, the asynchronous and synchronous online is kind of nuts. It kind of opened up a whole nother, they Deathloop kind of borrowed a little bit of that online where you invade people's worlds. You get the other assassin to come in to try to take you out. It started with Demon Souls. So I'd say Demon Souls was probably one of the most impactful games that I've played, and the remake was fantastic. I have, much like Umbra with Halo, I've got thousands of hours into the first Demon Souls, and it's weird because it's a very limited game. It's there's only so many places you can do. There's only so much you could do. And I told Ham, well, I had a PS3 and my hard drive broke, and back then there was no cloud saves, and I had to replace it, so everything gone. I was like,
Oh no, bro.
I guess I'll just start from scratch. And I just start from scratch, and I didn't hate it at all. I was like, well, this time I know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go naked. I'll do the
Go
guy with
naked.
no level one only, and just go through and go as far as I can. It's just one of those games where I can just replay it over and over, and it's they kind of broke open a whole other genre. There's RPGs, and that's kind of technically a JRPG is a Japanese developer, but realistically, that game felt more like Dungeons and Dragons than any Western RPG ever felt. You had the knights, you had dragons, you had everything that you imagined when you were a kid, as far as knights and dragons go. So I never really saw it as a JRPG. It's a Japanese company. That doesn't mean nothing. That was the best Western style RPG, of our time. And nobody's really come close. I mean, who else has made a Knights and Dragons RPG that matches that? Now, there's some top down ones, like um, Deadfire and Pillars and stuff like that. They're top down and they're pretty cool. But I mean, this is the first, third person. You kind of get to see your guy. You're fighting armor. You're meeting weird NPCs, and the world changes depending on your decisions. It was nuts, and they've done nothing but improve it. Of course, Dark Souls 2 we don't talk about. That was kind of one of the one-offs that
That's what I've
he
heard.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, the director didn't direct it, but it's not a throwaway. It's such a solid game still. It's better than most other games, but it didn't have the feel of the first or the third or any of the other From Software games. But that'd probably be my number one.
That's awesome, man. Hey, Game Pass has been doing me well, but Elden Ring might be like, I gotta purchase that game, dude. And just I gotta purchase that game. And if I ever get a PS5, man, Demon Souls is definitely on my list too, man. I've only been hearing good things about the From Software franchises, man.
If you've never experienced Demon Souls, you're in for a treat. That I played that game like 10 years ago. I actually ordered it from Japan, and it's similar to Tiger Joe. I spent probably 300-400 hours on that game on my PS3.
Dang.
Just the world, man. It's there's just something to it. It has this vibe that just you can never get bored of. It never grows old. I was playing Demon Souls today. I was literally playing the remake today, playing some PvP, and bro, it just it literally changed the gaming industry. That game it shaped every Souls game going forward.
Hey Joe, how did you feel about actually having like somebody invade your game, like in Dark Souls? How was that for you? Because I played it, man. I beat a boss, and I didn't know anything about it. And all of a sudden, I see this guy in red running up. I'm like, who the hell is this? And he stabbed me. I'm like, you son of a bitch!
Yeah,
Leroy
killed
Jenkins,
me.
baby. Leroy Jenkins coming in.
Right.
that was the thing, though. The first time I tried the game, I didn't get it, man. I was like, what is going on? I can't get 10 feet without dying. I quit that game for at least a month. I quit it. I threw it to the side. I'm gonna say I'm gonna play these other games. I wasn't even gonna hit up again. And then, people, it didn't sell all that well, but the people that were playing it, when you're here watching G4 and all that stuff, people were like, oh, you really got to play it, man. It's really the game. I'm like, all right, well, I got to figure this thing out. And, you find out the first boss is, the weakness of the first boss. And once you figure out the weakness, you're like, well, this isn't so bad. You take him out, and like the rest of the world opens up. That's when it just goes bling. You can play the game however you want. Do you want to start in this area and get these type of weapons? Do you want to be overwhelmed in a poisonous area where you can't walk 2 feet without dying unless you have enough blood moss to cure yourself? Yeah, it was. And not to mention the black phantoms. You realize after a while, you're like, why do I keep getting attacked? It's like, oh well, if I stay hollow, I won't get attacked. I think I'll just stay hollow and stop trying to summon friends. So you kind of figure that out, and you kind of say, okay, I'm just going to play the game this way for now. And when I'm in the mood, I'm going to become whole or whatever it is. I forget what it's called anymore. But you make it so you can get some help online, and then as soon as you do that, Black Phantoms everywhere. I mean, that was 90% of the fun. After you beat the game, you just stand in an area, and you become whole, and you summon a Black Phantom. You're like, it's on, let's go, and you're whacking each other, and you're making him bleed, and he's making you poison, and you're both trying to think unbleed and curing yourself, and I mean it just kind of started the whole PvP RPG kind
Yeah.
of thing. I mean it was definitely something special. So yeah, Black
Just
Phantom.
just bouncing off. Sorry, just bouncing off your point, Joe. I
Bounce
have
off.
the Northern Regalia. Now, any Souls fan knows that bad boy. It's arguably, well, it's not even arguably. It is the most powerful weapon in Demon Souls, and I've got it right now in Demon Souls Remake. But basically, I've recently been killed quite a few times in my human form, and my light level, that's basically, I can't remember the official word for it.
The
I don't know
tendency.
why.
World
Yeah,
tendency.
my character tendency has gone down. So I've gone from pure white, which is like I'm a super, super good boy. It's dropped a little to grey, right?
Yeah.
Which directly impacts the power of my Northern Regalia sword. My Northern Regalia sword is tied to your character tendency. So if you're super evil, like Sith Lord, it's like Jedi and Sith Lord. The more Jedi you are, the more powerful you are as a Jedi. The more Sith you are, the more evil you are, the more powerful you are as a Sith. And the Northern Regalia is your lightsaber, right? And that's kind of how it works with that weapon. So I'm now kind of in a decision whether to just go all full on evil and go to the dark side and kill Thomas, and this blue guy who sits mournfully in the Nexus and doesn't really do much, and I can kill him and invade other people's worlds and start killing them and really bring my character level to pure evil, and then my weapon will be even more powerful. So you've got all these different tactical decisions that you can make to make your character feel you feel directly connected to the consequences that you make, and in a way that few games do that. The more evil I become, the more genuinely powerful my sword becomes, and it's just such a cool. But that's just one weapon out of loads of weapons in the game, and other weapons don't do that. So, it really is awesome, and I can't wait for you to experience it yourself. Bango.
Bro, you guys are getting me stoked, man. You guys are getting me stoked. I know I'm an Xbox centric kind of guy, and I like to cruise in those spaces. But that's what I love about this, dude. I love hearing you guys playing it as people that have played the original Demon Souls, and hearing that type of passion. Hey, there's no doubt in my mind, Joe, that you stinking love Demon Souls, and I feel that. I'm like, oh man, if I can snag a PS5, bro, Demon Souls is on my any From Software. If Draco was here, he's a person on our panel that loves like PlayStation, especially From Software games. He would have much appreciated your sentiment 100%. He's a Sekiro stan, that man. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Lord willing, I can get my hands on one of those bad boys. So enjoy the same type of genre defining moment that you did, dude. And that's the thing about games, dude. When you break it down and you just take it all out of the whole console war aspect, and just like, this game changed my life. That's awesome, dude. I love hearing that kind of stuff. Last question for you, bro. Do you have anything for us in regards to Hawaii that you ever wanted to ask a Hawaiian or somebody in Hawaii?
Well, I do have a couple friends. Vinny I talk to pretty frequently. JT's Tahitian,
Oh, yes, he is.
so I get to talk to him a little bit. I've been to Oahu once. Like, it's tough to say that that's real Hawaii, but I've been to Oahu once. And I went to the Polynesian Cultural Center, so I kind of got to see a whole lot of stuff. I learned a lot. I recommend anybody who goes to Hawaii, if they have a day on Oahu, get over there to learn something. I mean, I before going, you read a bunch of stuff, and like one of the things I wanted to try was went to the corner store and grabbed a musubi off of the shelf, and down one of those things. Like, well, that's okay. It wasn't my favorite thing, but it was really good. But you know what? On the way up to Diamond Head, I stopped at a corner store. The corner store, they had freaking mahi burritos, and the guy's just sitting there. We're going to get like water and stuff and chips for the trip. And I'm smelling something like, what is that? He's like, oh, we make mahi burritos. Like, how much? He was like, oh, $8. I'm like, $8 for a mahi burrito? We just had lunch. I'm having a burrito. Had that burrito too. I've been known as an eater. I do have 7 meals a day now, but even back then, I was a big eater. So I mean, I think I have connections If I have a question, I'll come to you guys. And I can't say I know everything about Hawaii, but much love to you guys. Um, and the culture, man. I mean, it's like I say that we have a lot of similarities. So when I see movies about, that are semi-documentarian, about some of the, the islands and in the culture, I feel connected. In a way, you know, as Mexico seen as a third world country, people think of Hawaii and the Pacific Islands as some third world kind of world, and yeah, some of it's kind of native, but there's culture and there's people, there's science, there's lots of stuff. Especially on Oahu, there's lots of technology, and you know, I went to the Jackie Chan restaurant. I don't even know if that's open anymore. That's probably open for a half a minute on Oahu.
I didn't even know we had a Jackie Chan restaurant.
Yeah, I've got a. There was, dude.
Jackie Chan ain't Hawaiian, everybody. Just letting y'all know.
No doubt. But that was like his first restaurant. I love Jackie Chan, so I was like, I'm going to that
The
restaurant.
reason why you didn't find it is because it's called "I Don't Want Any Trouble." That's the name of it.
No trouble.
Right.
But the food was pretty good. It's I'm sure it was like Planet Hollywood. It's not like it's going to be a truly Hawaiian kind of experience. It was Jackie Chan owning the restaurant. But like I said, hey, much love to you guys. If I do have questions, like I said, I got peeps I could talk to. I appreciate their time and attention when I talk to them. I know I could be a pain, but much love to Vinny and JT. And Bengal, I'll hit you up if Vinny is being short with me.
He's being short with me.
He's never been short with me. I said some stupid stuff. He puts up with a lot of my BS. So
yeah, dude,
we're like brothers.
You got too
Yes,
much
sir.
aloha in him, man. Too much aloha. Hey, big fat mahalo to you, bro. I appreciate that greatly. Hey, and that's your facts, dude. I like when you said Oahu, you're like Oahu, like yeah, because it's definitely the more developed island for sure and stuff like that. And the fact that you didn't eat a spam musubi and spit it out because there's spam in it, I respect that as well, bro. And then oh yeah, dude, the mahi tacos. Fuck mahi tacos. Oh my gosh. Gotta hit him with the so ono, dude. Gotta hit him with the so ono. Oh my gosh, dude. Hey, good stuff, Joe. Good stuff. I'm super stoked that I finally got to talk with you, brother, and hear your story. And then now you are more to me than just Will Ferrell's face. Well, not anymore because you got the new profiles.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Demon Soul's coming up, brother. Demon Soul's coming up.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, man, hey, when you're hearing people's stories, we can go long. We 1 hour 22 in it. So again, hey, panel members, if you guys gotta go at any time, feel free to. But we're gonna move on to the last person, our special guest on top of the panel, Woolley Gamer, brother. No introductions pretty much needed for the most part, other than hey, this man is the creator and has a real strong group of knowledgeable guys on top of the COG podcast, Company of Gamers podcast now. And I know he kicks it with Saltiest on top his podcast as a member sometimes. But just overall PS dude, man, repping the UK and just a good friend to us. Woolley, thank you for coming on, brother.
It's an honor to be here, my dude. One big fat mahalo for having me.
One big fat mahalo back, my bro.
Just out of curiosity, bro, do you use Canva, the software Canva?
I do use Canva, 100%. You can tell.
So do I for my podcast.
Yeah.
I can tell by the mahalo. I can tell by the mahalo.
The preview version, bro. The preview version.
Yeah, my bro, my dude.
Dude, Canva's so good.
Buddies.
People sleep on Canva because
it's
like,
like, it's so
it ain't
good.
Photoshop, but it's good, bro.
Bro, like literally, it has got the best background removal tool in the business. Without a doubt. It's like, how does it know? It's always 100% right all the time, and down to the finest detail. It's ridiculous, bro. Like, and I've used it for all my MP4 backgrounds for my podcast. It's phenomenal. So yeah.
Dude,
don't
that's
sleep on
so
Canva,
funny. That's so funny. I could talk about that with you for days, dude. Yeah, the background too. That's the one thing I thought about. The background too is fucking legendary. It beats Photoshop in just background removal. I feel like so. Yeah.
It's so understated, bro, and it's cheap as well. It's only
Heck
a few
yeah.
quid a month. It's really accessible. So yeah,
That's so
facts.
good. I knew. I saw the arcade
This video
machine.
is brought to you by Canva. Stick around for more info.
Sponsor us, please.
Yeah, we should get Canva to sponsor both
Seriously,
of us.
man. Half the I created everything you see here on
Yeah,
Canva. So
facts. Yeah, and
that's
it's
how
so much better than relying like having to create a template stencil, and then all the bits and bobs. You can create literally a big fat MP4 background and then stick everything else
yes.
on top through OBS or
Yeah.
through
100%.
StreamYard. It's
100%.
just super easy. Yeah,
Yes.
I was curious, bro. I thought that's the I recognize the font, so
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Love
100%.
it.
100%. Sorry, chat. We're not trying to talk about Canva all day, but then
Yeah,
for those of you guys that are like for Umbra, like and for people that are coming up and trying to make their own stuff,
do
Canva, bro.
Canva. It's so
Canva, bro.
simple.
So
It is.
easy. But yeah, Woolley, we know that you from the UK, but tell us a little bit about that, man. Like how was it growing up for you? Where did you grow up? What was that experience like?
Bro, I just feel so generic and white. I'm from the UK, and you guys are like, we got Detroit,
The brown skin
Hispanic.
brothers.
We got got representing the black community from Detroit. Got it's not from Detroit, from Chicago.
Chi-town.
Got Chi-Town from, and one of my favorite artists of all time, Kanye West, is from there. So I love that. Huge fan of Kanye. And you know, Hawaii, and then there's me from Manchester. You're all right.
Hey, Manchester United, let's go.
Manchester
Oh no, bro,
United.
they're embarrassing nowadays.
Oh,
dude.
no,
Let's
no,
go.
They are not. They are not what they used to be. Let me tell you. Yeah. It's yeah, those glory days are over. No, but yeah, I'm from UK, Manchester, UK, and what can I say? I grew up on video games. I have Asperger's and ADHD, and I struggled to control it as a kid. I was extremely volatile and angry and aggressive. It was, and the only way to kind of calm me down as a kid when at home, my mum would sit with me and encourage me to play a game, and she'd watch me, and I really wanted her to watch me play and see what. And at 4 years old, I would play Metal Gear Solid, and so I literally completed Metal Gear Solid at 4 years old, and I don't remember. I'd never really fully understood everything, but I played it that much that to this day, I've not played MGS1 since I was like a wee kid, and to this day, I still remember entire lines of dialogue. You know, it's stuck with me for so long, and but yeah, that kind of PlayStation became pretty much my safe space as a kid. It was the thing that, you know, when my great granddad died, the first thing I did was go play Spider-Man 2, you know, on my PS2, and to distract my mind and to as a coping mechanism in a way. And you know, so gaming kind of became, I guess you could say, a crutch, you know, for me. I went through a long period of time of not playing games in the PS3 era. I went to specialized boarding schools for 9 years, and a large part of that 9 years I was away from home, and so I wouldn't have access to a PlayStation. And so I caught up in the later years of PS3 with a lot of PS3 games. I'm so glad I did. It's the most underrated generation ever, in my opinion. It's just, yeah, it's an incredible console with some of the best games ever made. But yeah, I kind of grew up. I kind of had a long break, like a good 7-8 year break from gaming, and then the last 7 or 8 years, I've been kind of catching up on all of that. And but yeah, I'm. That's kind of it, really, for me. that's my gamer story, I guess you could say.
It's a good story, bro.
Thank you,
Yeah.
my dude.
And hey, don't. I mean, maybe for you it is, but hey, we do not even know what it's like on the other side of the pond in the UK, man. We only hear good things, and
Thanks, brother.
talk about your food too, bro.
Bro, see, unlike you guys, we're not really cultured. We're multicultured. Whereas you guys are cultured, right? You've got, you know, the Mexican culture is a culture. You've got, you know, Hawaiian culture. It's a culture, and whereas with UK, we're so multicultured now. It's like we live off other cultures' food. So we live off Indian, Thai, Chinese. I mean, but I guess when it comes to British food, like there are a few things that you gotta get your hands on if you can.
I'm listening. I'm listening to this.
It's in no way, shape, or form anywhere near as kind of as exotic as you guys. But crumpets, you got to try crumpets, right? They're called crumpets. They look, if you have a phobia of holes, then it might scare the shit out of you. but it's basically like this. It's really hard to explain the texture of a crumpet. It's very difficult. I know. The texture is similar to, what's that cheese that they have in replacement of meat? They use like they make chips out of it, like cheese. It's what I'm trying to think of the cheese that they use. It's like an Indian cheese that people use. I can't remember, dudes. It's a terrible. Anyway, its texture is almost like rubbery, but you have it with either butter or you have it with jam or jelly, as they say in America, like basically a fruit conserve with a slice of cheese on top under the grill. But yeah, that's a very British food. And then you've got Yorkshire puddings. And if you've ever heard of Yorkshire puddings before, it's basically like it's a similar mixture to a pancakes mixture, except it's fluffed up and it's blown up in the oven like a giant puff pastry almost out of pancake mixture, and they're delicious. You have them with a roast dinner, so you have, you know, your beef and your roast potatoes and your veg and your gravy, and you have Yorkshire pudding with that. But yeah, we haven't really got much native food. I think the beans on toast is like.
I was going to ask you about that. The beans on, what is that about?
Bro, beans on toast is one of the best meals you'll ever eat. It's literally,
man,
it's so good. It's so simple. Yeah, it's just it just fills that spot just perfectly every
Woolley,
time.
what type of beans do you guys put on the bread? I've seen someone do that on Twitter. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, I seen Gary Whitta put it on top his thing. Yeah,
I saw him do it too.
The baked beans in tomato sauce, right? Tomato sauce or tomato sauce, as you guys say in America. But it's not ketchup. It's not that kind of tomato. It's basically like you've got plum or chopped tomatoes, that kind of mixture, with baked beans in there mixed in, and it's sweetened a little bit. But yeah, baked beans, or Heinz make them, or my particular favorite is Branston. Branston is a make where they're bigger, and yeah, you have them on just on toast with some cheese on top, grated cheese on top, bit of black pepper, and it's just a comfort food, man. It's a real kind of it fills you up because the beans are full of protein, and it's really quick and easy to make. It takes you 5 minutes, you know, to heat the beans up, make the toast, and Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle. Yeah.
Bish bash bosh, but jobs are good. You know?
What does that mean, by the way? What does Bob? I've always wanted to know what in the world Bob's your uncle mean anyway, too.
Uncle's not Bob.
I think it comes from basically. I'm not sure whether it comes from a comedy or and it's kind of through pop culture been passed down. But my guess is it's so matter of fact. Oh, and by the way, Bob's your uncle. It's like a mum telling her son, "Oh, yeah, it turns out, yeah, he's your uncle, by the way." It's like, what? Wait, what? It's like, it's just, there's a crazy fact for you, and that's kind of Bob's your uncle basically kind of means there you go. It just literally means there you go. Well, there you go. It's there you have it. Bob's your uncle.
Okay.
Oh, dude, yeah, Vinny, that's yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
There you
Bob's your
go.
uncle. You should try and start getting that spread around in Hawaii, bro.
Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle. Yeah.
Dude, the Hawaiian's gonna be looking at me like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Who is this guy?
Yeah, he's gonna be like, who? What uncle? Who's uncle?
Yeah, Bob's my uncle, Mom.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Dude.
Yeah, and Fanny's your aunt. That's kind of what they add to it. Fanny's your aunt, but I don't really use that term, but it's kind of an extension to it. But yeah, beans on toast, bro. Fish and chips or fries, as you guys call it. But chips are different to fries, right?
Chips, yeah, that's what I heard. Yep.
Chips aren't. We call potato chips crisps here in the UK. We call them crisps.
Ooh.
And but actual chips are like thick fries, big thick oven baked fries. So and if you ever come to England, get a proper traditional fish and chips from by the coast, by the coast, and it's dope, really good. But most of our meals, are either Italian, Asian, kind of Indian, Thai. We just live off other people's shit, bro. That's that's England.
Honestly, there's nothing wrong with that, man. You get all the best of all worlds.
if you want a two proper British films, I'd recommend, right? Proper British films that will just make you laugh, and they're just outrageous, right? One is Dog Soldiers, right? So look up the film Dog Soldiers. It's a phenomenal film. It's werewolves in Scotland, and there's an army, a team of soldiers, and they're at war basically with werewolves. But it's really brilliantly made film. It's a classic. I don't know if you've heard of that, Tiger Joe. You're nodding like you know. Great film, and it's got a proper British actor. Fantastic. Also, I'd recommend Grimsby. Watch Grimsby. It's got Sacha Cohen Baron in it.
Oh, Brothers Grimsby.
Brothers Grimsby, that's the one. And
That one.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's about as stereotypically mank as you can get.
Mank.
But Mancunian, yeah. But there you go. Or just watch hours and hours of Gordon Ramsay, and then
Fucking hell.
That was a terrible impression. Look at it. It's raw.
That Uncharted show is really good though with Gordon. It's awesome.
Oh,
Have
yeah,
you seen
I
this
watched that show.
Uncharted where he travels? Incredible.
Good show.
I love hearing Gordon Ramsay. What are you? Are you a donut? I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
A donut?
Absolute donut.
Sandwich.
Look at it. Yeah.
It's raw.
You're an idiot sandwich. What are you? Say it.
Yeah, that's the one.
Fuck me.
That's the one.
But yeah.
Hey, that's good, bro. Hey, now we know. Now we know a little bit of the UK culture, dude. I'm not gonna lie. When you look at beans and toast, it doesn't. Depending on where you grew up in, that might not look appealing, but you made it sound real good, bro. And I can imagine it tasting real good too.
Legit. It would change your life if you had it.
Oh yeah. All right. I'll hold you to that, bro.
With a bit of brown sauce on top, or mixed in with the beans, and put a little bit of butter in the beans and mix it in. And yeah, steaming hot beans on toast.
That's what's up. Sensei 808 in the chat says, is crumpets kind of like paneer? Is that the cheese that you're thinking of? Paneer cheese?
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, my dude. Thank
Sensei.
you. Sensei UG. You know it. Yeah, so it's got a similar texture to paneer cheese in a way, but it's obviously not. It's made from eggs and wheat, I think. But the way that it's made is just, bro, crumpets are something else. But as for brown sauce, Sensei, That's a good one. It is a British sauce because it was made specifically for members of Parliament in the House of Parliament. Hence why it's called HP sauce, the original brown sauce. But basically, it consists of vinegar, sugar, tomatoes, and I'm not sure what else it's made from. But it's like ketchup, but it's not tomatoey. It's more like. Have you ever had Branston pickle? Have you ever had Branston pickle? Have you heard of that Branston pickle? No.
Truly cultured scientist.
No, it's impossible to describe. It's just one of them you've got to try. But
it's a unique
I will say,
experience, Sensei.
if you live in the U.S., Trader Joe's does sell crumpets. I have had crumpets.
Oh, nice.
How authentic they are, I don't know.
Is it those ones with the holes in them? They've got all them holes in the top.
Yeah, it ain't crumpets if it don't got holes.
It ain't crumpet without holes, my dude. Facts. It's a holy food. Holy food.
It's a holy food. I hear you what you're saying, Sensei. I think when we think of brown sauce in Hawaii, we just think either gravy packets or this thing we call loco moco, which is just beef broth packets of good gravy.
I'm gonna very, 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 very quickly Google what's in brown sauce. So brown sauce is literally a varying combination of tomatoes, molasses, dates, apples, dates, apples, tamarind, spices, vinegar, and sometimes raisins.
That's a unique sucking sauce, dude.
But bro, it's legit. It's phenomenal.
Dang, dude. Oh, AC touches the cloud says bangers and mash too, huh?
Bangers and mash.
Bangers and mash.
That's basically sausages with mashed potatoes.
Translated.
Bro, that's what Sony make on a regular bangers. You know?
Oh, there it is. I was waiting for it. I was like, no, everyone's quiet so far. There's got to be something thrown inside there.
And then Xbox is the mash. No, I'm joking.
The bangers and mashes, that's PlayStation and Xbox.
Oh, man.
Okay.
All love, bro. All love. I love it.
Yeah, that's all love, my dude.
Bubbles and Squeak.
So, Bubbles and Squeak. These are all nicknames, right? They're a bit like Bango Mango.
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, but it's just funny.
Yeah, Bubbles and Squeak is literally carrots and parsnip mixed together. And yeah, you have mashed carrots and mashed parsnip, and I think it's parsnip. Is it parsnip or is it swede? It's either swede or parsnip. I can't remember, but yeah, and it's a mixture of both, and you mix it together and combine it together, and yeah, it's lovely. It's delicious.
Dang, Sensei, you from the UK or what, bro?
Yeah, I think he is.
Here on the mainland. Here on the mainland, I live close to Canada, so we get some of the UK shows. So we get Two Fat Ladies, and so they're very well known British or English chefs. They did make some bubble and squeak, but you basically throw those vegetables in the pan and just let it sit until the bottom caramelizes. It gets crispy. And the bubble and squeak is the sound that it makes when it's sitting there cooking.
Tiger, yes, you got that knowledge, that UK knowledge, though.
You can make a patty. You can make a patty out of the carrots and the swede. It is carrots and swede. It's not parsnip. And you make a patty out of it, and then you cook it, and it solidifies with a bit of potato in there, diced potato, and maybe a bit of spinach and different greens thrown in there, and yeah. Yeah, it's basically like how you have fish cakes. Well, this is a vegetable cake.
Got you.
But yeah,
I'm sorry, Chad. I'm being a horrible host. I know we here to talk about games, but I can also talk about food all day, dude.
That's the Hawaiian in it.
Yeah, that's Hawaiian in me, dude. That's why I grew up on Food Network. 100%.
This is a caveat to being having a Hawaiian gaming podcast. You know.
Yeah, hey, before we jump into the quote unquote controversial topic, hey, the unifier, if it's not games, is food.
It's
We can
food.
all agree on food 100%,
Just a
bro.
quick,
100%.
throw in, as you've asked others, and I just want to say, if people, I've been asked a few times, why am I called Woolley Gamer? Where did it come from? Well,
That was my next question, yes.
all right. Well, in short, my surname is Woolley, and that's it. That's literally it. And it sounds good, you know. Woolley Gamer. It kind of just goes. It goes well, you know. And my name's always kind of been of interest to people when I've given them my surname. Oh, that's an interesting name. And you know, I kind of make jokes about it in a job interview once. I got the job straight away. But they asked me, you know, name something true, tell us something true about yourself and tell us a lie about yourself and let us guess which is true and which is false. I went, okay, so I ran up Ben Nevis and down in 1 hour and 50 minutes. And I talk to sheep in my spare time. And because I'm called Woolley, you know, they all legit thought I talk to sheep in my spare time. Obviously I ran up a mountain. I don't talk to sheep. That was the lie. But obviously my name had a factor in them thinking I legit talk to sheep. So
I thought you were just some burly
hairy dude,
beast of a man, you know what I mean?
No.
Not all hairy,
that
but
too,
just...
that too. You know, I've started giving games ratings on how many hairs it'll put on your chest, and the Halo Infinite beta has put eight hairs on my chest. So
the Woolley score 8.
So the Woolley score is 8 hairs out of 10. You know.
Can you imagine the guy in the job interview that genuinely thought that you talked to sheep, bro? Tell him
Yeah,
about
I
all
know.
them
It all
PS
looked at me.
bangers.
Looked at me. I was like, do you really talk to sheep? I was like, get lost. No, I ran up a mountain and down in an hour and 50. Oh, wow, that's really impressive. Yeah, because Ben Nevis is the highest mountain in the UK. It's 4,400 feet. So, yeah.
Oh man, that's way bigger than Coco Head. My gosh. But that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I was along with them, bro. I always wondered, like, what does Woolley mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes, hey, it's as simple as that, dude. It's as simple as that. Now people know it's as simple as that.
Yeah,
but hey, you could be a big buff man that gives Woolley scores too, bro, if you just wanted to.
Thanks,
100%.
brother. I appreciate it.
We're gonna close it off with this, brother. Top game that
This isn't even a question. Everybody knows this.
I think so. Yes.
I've got a tattoo of it on my right arm. I've got a tattoo of its prequel on my left arm. Go on. If you were to guess, what would it be, Bango Mango?
Dang it, dude. I only had a base. I only had a base of
playing
Metal Gear Solid.
Yes, sir. My favorite game of all time is Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yes.
Snake Eater. Yeah. There's just so much about that game, dude, that to this day takes my breath away. Like when I think about it, like there are so many things that are factored in that is just so genius. Like how Hideo Kojima used the limitations of the hardware to his advantage at the time, like because of the lower resolution of the game. It enabled the end to actually camouflage with the background and the scenery, making him almost impossible to see on the TVs that we had back then on PS2. The sniper battle, which is arguably the greatest boss battle of all time in gaming, you know,
battle, yep.
I know that I know I've triggered a load of Final Fantasy fans saying that, but it's just true. The end is the best boss battle ever in gaming. Deal with it, and you know, and the experimentation, the gameplay, the analog camouflage mechanic, you know, the story, the characters, the cheesy Bond homage that it pays to the Bond films, the impact of the story and the revelations at the end that you learn, how it all comes to a close, the collectibles for collectorholics, the experimentation and all the unlockables and all the different powers that different camouflages give you. The bees won't attack you if you're wearing white camouflage, like the snow camouflage, because white calms bees down, and that's why beekeepers have white clothing.
Them details.
You gradually see in the dark when you're in a cave. Your eyes adjust gradually to the darkness of the cave. Bro, I could go on and on and on, about just there's so much that game did that made me spend probably 900 hours in total playing it over and over and over again. I've spent so many hours in that game playing it in different ways. You get a camouflage that from the sorrow that terrifies enemies and drains them of their stamina as well. So if you wear this mask that scares them, this like Halloween mask, and you wear the sorrow uniform makes your footsteps silent because he's a ghost, right? And you beat him and you get his camo from him, and it's like you can run up behind enemies without them hearing you, and then they turn around when you get their attention and they see the scary face and they faint and fall unconscious. Or alternatively, you can choose a different method, of playing, disguising yourself as one of the generals, and enemies think that you're him, and then you can punch them and kick them, and they're all confused, like, why are you hitting me, sir? And they don't know what to do. And there's just so much depth to the gameplay and to the AI for the time, and how enemies react, and how the world interacts with you, and how you can interact with the world. I will never stop being in awe of what Hideo Kojima did with that game. 100%.
Well said, man. Well said. What tattoo do you have on top of you?
So I have a big boss tattoo on my right
you
arm.
big boss on you?
Big boss from MGS3 with the PlayStation symbols in splattered ink aesthetic.
Dude.
Around him, and he's there smoking a cigar. It's pretty cool. And then I've got a big Metal Gear Solid 1 tattoo with basically all up my arm from my elbow all up to my shoulder, and it's you've got Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Grey Fox, and Metal Gear Rex.
You got all of them?
All of them on my arm.
What?
Yeah. From MGS1. Sniper Wolf looks sexy, bro. Like, she's there with a sniper and everything, kind of, the costume and that she wears, what she likes to show off that little cleavage that she's got, and then Psycho Mantis looking terrifying as anything, and Grey Fox is in the middle with smoke coming out of his forehead.
Oh man.
Yeah, bro. I'm a huge MGS junkie. I love it.
Legend has it, guys, if you touch his Psycho Mantis tattoo,
my arm transforms into a giant gun. Yeah.
All your SSD, anything on your SSD is gone.
Yeah.
Dude,
your life will never be the same again.
You guys remember that? I remember that like it was yesterday when he deleted. You thought it deleted your save and everything.
Yep.
Man.
Oh man, I can imagine. Bro. Wait, how old were you when you played 3 around?
Metal Gear Solid 3?
Yeah.
I think that came out in 2006, didn't it? So if it did come out in 2005 or 2006, then I will have been about 13.
Oh.
So, yeah. Yep. 13 or 12, I think it was 2005 or 2006. Can't quite remember the year. But yeah, bro, like that game, just wow. I really hope they make a remake. And rumor has it,
yep.
It's on its way. I'm a little bit confused though whether it's MGS3 or MGS1. Why I'm thinking it's MGS1. We had this revealed on as well. We spoke about this on my podcast. We played the footage.
Exclusive.
Yeah, I love it. We played the recording of a lady called Ava, who's a music producer and a music artist, and she worked a year and a half ago on a music piece for an unrevealed, big, ambitious remake for PlayStation. And she said all of this on the radio. And she said, and the song is Irish. It's in Irish language. It's in Gaelic. So, well, what's the song at the start of MGS1? The Best Is Yet to Come. You know, the Shadow Moses song that. That's in Gaelic. That's Irish. The language of the song. So if they're my thought is it's that, but it could be one of the Chrono. Is it Chrono Trigger or Chrono Crisis? I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, it could be that because that's got Irish music in it. But I'm really hoping it's MGS. And if it is Metal Gear Solid 1, then I'm excited. But if it's MGS 3, I'll cry.
Your tattoos will start like smudging because they be.
Mate, bro, my next tattoo is a tattoo of Mads Mikkelsen crying ink from Death Stranding.
Yo,
because that game, bro, is probably in my top 3 favorite games of all time, and I put that game down for 6 months. I didn't touch it because I burnt out from all the side quests, and I allowed all the side quests and side deliveries to burn me out, and I put it down around Act 5. I'm so glad I went back to it because from Act 6 onwards to Act 13, Death Stranding becomes, if you just focus on the story, it becomes one of the most powerful, impactful, and incredible experiences in gaming. Like, I cried to the point where I needed consoling. Honestly, I couldn't finish the last mission, the final delivery mission. Because it hit me that hard. I was literally in a mess, and Jody was there next to me, like rubbing my back, and like I was like, "You don't understand." It's just incredible, man. And it has one of the best endings ever, like just nuts. So yeah, I love Mads Mikkelsen's character, Cliff. I love his character, and I had this crazy theory that he was the Sorrow. I thought, because he does the same gesture where he puts his finger to his mouth to hush, and the Sorrow from MGS3 did the same thing, and he also cried from his eyes. So there was a lot of similarities between Cliff and the Sorrow, and I had this big theory that MGS3, Death Stranding, is a direct prequel to MGS3. But it turns out it's not. But that's for another day. But yeah, I always think the most exciting thing about games that like Death Stranding and things are the conspiracies and possibilities that are kind of that you entertain before the release or before the first reveal of gameplay. And that's one reason why I love Twitter, is that it allows you to communicate these ideas, and just the entertaining of ideas, no matter whether they're true or wrong, or false, or happen or don't happen. Just the being able to discuss these things and these what if scenarios, it generates so much buzz and excitement, dude. Like, what's console gaming going to be like in 5-6 years time? I could talk about it for hours, So yeah, but I'll shut up now. I've spoken enough.
Hey, well spoken, man, and thank you for that point, dude. Like, sometimes people on Twitter will kind of cap you off and spit facts when you're just trying to dream and just have a good time, just letting the speculations go out there and be happy for whether it be a game or a console of choice, dude. So I really appreciate that. That's something that people just gotta. It's okay if it's not true,
Well,
dude.
that's
Just
what
be
gaming
happy.
is all about, right?
Yes.
Isn't
Yes.
gaming like imagination, kind of visualized, interactively visualized, and well, then surely imagination is daydreaming.
Yes.
Imagination is in itself a dream, and games are almost dreams becoming reality. In many ways, or experiencing your dreams. Seeing people's dreams take form and take shape into something tangible that you can reflect on and relate to, and that's kind of what a video game is, especially one that's made with a lot of passion and a lot of care and And so, yeah, I think more power your dreams. I never thought I'd quote an Xbox quote. Shit, yeah, but yeah.
You heard it here first, everybody.
Woolley's gone full butt. Woolley's gone full butt, everyone.
It's only so long before you go full bot.
We all
Pass,
got a
though.
little bot, and we all got a little pony in us, everybody. Come on now. Don't be lying.
We've all got a little Game Pass in us, guys.
Who doesn't like subscriptions? Come on now. Vinny, I gotta ask you, bro. Did you cry on Death Stranding 2?
I didn't finish it, so I'm glad
Oh, I see you didn't.
didn't spoil the ending.
It's a crime that you haven't. Ignore the side quests. If you got burnt out like I did, do yourself a favor, pick that game back up, and get back onto the main story. You will not regret it, dude.
Yeah, I'll do what you said. I'm gonna ignore a lot of the side quests because that's what I was doing. I'm in Act 5, and so
you're exactly where I am. I put it down exactly where you did, dude. Like seriously, bro. Like, yeah, you're at the exact point I put the game down. Well, do yourself a favor, pick it back up, and literally delete all your orders. Just delete them, scrap it, and say screw that. I'm going to focus on the story and focus on the main quest line, and it will blow your mind.
Heck yeah, dude. I'm definitely gonna be doing that this weekend.
Can't wait to hear your thoughts, my dude.
And Vinny, tell your fiance to just get ready to rub your back and console you.
I'm gonna tell my fiance to leave me alone for
It's just me in the game.
She'll
hear you though, bro. She'll hear this in the background, you know.
My fiance is the type that's like, why are you crying, dude?
Yeah.
Stop being a bitch.
Stop being a bitch. Oh man, your fiance got a little titta in her, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is your name Vinny or Whiny?
Ooh, so whiny.
So whiny.
You gotta say it like that too. But last question, Woolley. Well said on all points, brother. Well said on all points. Any questions you have in regards to Hawaii? We'll cap it off.
Yes, I have two questions. The first one is, are you ready?
We ready?
Is it Moana or Lilo and Stitch? Which is better?
Ooh. Oh man, that's a tough one. That's both loved. Both definitely loved inside Hawaii. Chat, if Hawaii people chat, if you have anything to add to this, and forgive me if it's not. Hey, this is honestly just like console wars. You know, whatever I pick is gonna offend somebody, but I would have to go probably with Lilo and Stitch for me. That's
awesome.
Mine.
Yeah, same here.
Same for you too?
Yeah. I feel like Lilo and Stitch had better Hawaii representation than Moana.
Yes,
Moana was kind of like Polynesian in general.
Mm-hmm.
But Lilo and Stitch like showed off how the towns look, like the small towns, like all the Hawaiian music, Hawaiian roller coaster.
Yes. Sensei puts that there's a good scrap at the end, and so scrap is what we use. It's like the local word for like beef. Like we're gonna fight you.
Yeah. We
Lilo goes full teta, bro.
We use scrap in England as well.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's like, that dude. Yeah, that dude's a scrapper.
Yeah, that's how we do. Same, bro. Same. Yeah. Oh man.
Whereas beef is more an American term. Like you got beef. It's
yes. Yeah, scrap is used. You'd fit in right here. Yeah, scrap is used abundantly here.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, fancy a bit of a scrap, mate. You want to go? You want to go for it? Yeah.
Sure thing. Right after Halo Infinite.
Halo.
Let's scrap it out over Halo. My second question is, okay. Ohana means family.
Yes.
Or Hakuna Matata. Which phrase is closer to your heart?
Ohana means family.
Ohana
Yeah,
means
Ohana.
family.
family means nobody gets left behind
We're so good at that first bar.
or forgotten. Yeah.
Ohana.
Or forgotten. Dude, you're equally
Yeah,
as good
that's
too, bro.
good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, good, good,
That's
good.
good.
Everyone that's trying to learn the voice, it's Gollum's voice, bro.
Yeah,
Except you're not going.
And this is a habit says,
Same thing.
give it to Smeagol, roar and rattling. Look at the nasty chips.
That's our connection, dude. See, that's our connection with
Yeah.
UK and with Lilo and Stitch. Same voice actor.
Scrap and voice actors. I love it.
Scrap and voice actor. Scrap and voice actor. Akuna Matata. That's not even Hawaiian, bro. I
Is
think.
it not?
I think Pumbaa just made that shit up 100%.
Oh, I think Hakuna
It's
Matata
probably
is Swahili.
African, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, is
probably
it Swahili? Is it
Yeah, I
Swahili?
think it's Swahili.
Dang,
Then
I
it's
totally-
definitely Ohana. Ohana means family.
Yes.
Oh, heck
Yeah,
yeah.
facts,
Ohana for humanity
100%.
takes
I love that. Yeah, I know they were trivial questions, but I'm a really uncultured Brit. I mean, I've only been on holiday 3 times in my life. Long story. I lived on my own since I was 16, and until 3 years ago, I was on minimum wage for most of my life. That I've been most of my working life, and paying the bills. Not had really the money to kind of go away on holiday to places and go abroad. So I've only ever been to Greece once and Tenerife twice, and that was when I was younger. So I'm not very cultured in things. So I'm sorry, I've not really asked about things to do with the Hawaiian culture, but to be honest, it's somewhere I would love to go. Is Dog the Bounty Hunter real? I don't know what.
Yeah, he's real. He used to rent our car here on Lanai too, actually. The dude is a pothead as well, man. Like,
Oh,
you
man.
could tell. You could tell.
Chef
He's like,
Is Louis still in the chat, dude? Oh, he asked that question last week, bro. He's like, hey,
yeah.
so Dog the Bounty Hunter. What? I'm like, dude, we don't even claim Dog the Bounty Hunter, bro.
Oh, no. I used to think he was from the mainland, and I was like, wait, that's why Pahu.
bro, that's hilarious. He's like, yeah, he's like a mainland dude, and he comes over with the most like random hair, like he's got braided hair.
Yeah,
he's like
yeah,
a
yeah.
white
Got a
dude,
mullet,
beach,
yeah.
beach
Straight
blonde,
from the 80s, just
beach
rocking the
blonde,
perm.
yeah, beach blonde mullet of braided hair and dreads, and like. Yeah, speaking Hawaiian, it's like you can't get a more random guy than that.
God.
He
But see,
used to. Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead,
I was
go
just
ahead.
going to say, he used to come here all the time on my island. And he would rent our 2007 Toyota 4Runner, just to go off roading and all that. But yeah, every time he came back, it smelled like straight dank, like cold.
His wife died recently, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
R.I.P. to Beth, man. She was cool.
She had a big personality. But yeah, she was cool. Thingy, what was I gonna say? Finally, what's your favorite fruit? Do you have a fruit that's native to Hawaii? And if so, what is it? And what's your favorite?
I don't think we have like a native fruit here.
Yeah,
It's
I
all
can't
like
think.
Imported.
I say like guava, but guava is actually like super evasive. So, what they would do is they would harvest all the guava to get rid of the trees and whatnot because it's invasive to native plants,
Oh shit!
and they'd use it for like juice for whatever, and that's how we came with Pog passion orange guava. So it's orange juice and guava, and it's like one of the best.
Wow.
Bro, you guys gotta have Pog, dude. That will change your life. That is
Pog.
good, dude. That is good, dude. Oh, yeah, okay. Sensei 808 Starfruit.
Yeah, starfruit's my favorite. Starfruit's my favorite.
Starfruit.
It's called Pog, you say?
Yeah,
Yes.
passion orange guava. That's what it stands for.
Passion orange. Okay.
I
I
don't
thought
think I've ever
I'm like
had
PAWG. I'm like, wait a minute.
No,
Well,
not that type of Pog.
I've had it before. I've never had guava before, but that's pretty cool.
Oh, dude, yeah. I think because I don't think it's guava or those kind of
Papaya,
things
sorry,
are
not papaya.
because they have that in other places too. I feel like the Dominican Republic probably has that, or
Mexico.
Mexico definitely has those kind of things for sure. So I wouldn't say it's native here, but definitely I think any tropical quote unquote state where it can grow, then we have a lot of those kind of fruits in the same way. But shucks, dude, you know what? Honestly, maybe I'm not as Hawaiian enough, but I'm not a big fan of. I'm a big fan of pog, but some people like to
Me
eat.
too.
Some people like to eat mango.
Okay, this is the pog Umbra's talking about is fat ass white girl. We're not talking about that type of pog.
Bro.
Oh yeah, okay, not that type of pog. No, not my type. Not my type. I don't know, dude. I like strawberries. Shit.
Mate,
I like.
the fruit that we get over here is all potted in, obviously. Although we can pick strawberries at certain times of the year. But yeah, I'll never forget. I was probably 11 at the time, and I had this freshly cut pineapple in Tenerife, and this guy came over with pineapple, watermelons, and coconuts, and he cut me this piece of pineapple, and it was the nicest thing I've ever eaten in my life, and never to this day have I forgotten how good that pineapple was. And yeah, so it's just different in like Hawaii. I imagine in around that area, it's probably not from far away where it's kind of shipped over. It's probably relatively locally sourced, and so I imagine it tastes divine in comparison. We have to check for mold on our fruit that we buy from supermarkets.
Oh, that's terrible.
Because it's frozen. It's frozen, then defrosted, and so it loses a lot of its goodness. So we're kind of deprived of quality here in the UK.
But frozen pineapples and frozen grapes are the best. So
yes, frozen grapes, bro.
Bro.
Don't sleep
that's
on frozen
what we serve
grapes.
at the hotels.
Yeah,
those are delicious. But yes, pog, POG, not PAWG. Yeah, I mean,
well, we have C Cloud here. See, I think I know who that is. C touches the cloud.
Yeah,
Said,
that's
Pog changed my life when I went to Hawaii.
y'all too much. See, y'all too much. Oh man, but yeah, to answer your questions, that I think those would be the best ones, man. I just like
awesome.
I just like strawberries and sugar. I don't know if you ever dipped strawberries in like brown sugar.
I like strawberries and dark chocolate, man. That dope.
Oh yeah.
You a sensual guy, Woolley.
I know. Yeah.
That dark
they call me the Woolley. The Woolley.
Oh man. Okay, with that, I'm gonna cap it off. As you can see, I told you guys in the green room before we started, just your stories, 2 hours, bro. Just your stories, 2 hours. But
all right, everybody, thanks for coming.
I could cut it right here, dude. I'd be happy, to be honest. I'd cut it right here, be happy. But we're gonna start the topic that we had, which is the whole reason why I normally have like a bunch of topics, but today we'll just do one. Because the stories are good enough, and it's one that's quote unquote controversial for Twitter, which when you kind of say that out loud, it's kind of stupid when you just think of it in the overarching scheme, but it's controversial on Twitter. But today we're gonna talk about getting to the roots of console wars, and it's kind of a unique situation that we have here because we have people across the board, and when I say across the board, I don't mean like we're messed up or any type of way, but it's just we have consoles that we prefer, we have games that we prefer, and I would like to think too, like even just hearing your guys' stories, a lot of that is deep rooted within how we grew up, and it's attached to memories and things like that we really feel is connected to us, so at the end of the day, we're just gamers, but I would like to kind of discuss this with all the people in the chat, because I feel like, one, we've all trolled 100%, and at least within this podcast, I don't think trolling is an issue, but at the same time, we've all been in, whether it be spaces or whether it be Twitter conversations, where we've seen console wars. We've been a part of those console wars. We've been a part of the toxic aspect of console wars, and we've been a part of the trolling aspect of console wars. And I would say some of us have our either Xbox or PlayStation centric views, but sometimes it's hard to separate that for some people. And so I kind of want to just jump into the nitty gritty of this topic just with all of you guys, and then representing kind of the sides and the impact and the followings that you guys have. I think it's important to have this conversation because sometimes it can get muddled in spaces when there's just too much back and forth. But I think, in my opinion, you guys are both respected. All of you guys are all respected people within your communities and represent something for the console that you guys love or the game system that you guys love. And we'll get more into what that means per se. But I definitely want us to have a civilized and good conversation about that. And I can see everyone else been waiting for this because everyone's popping in right now. But the way we're going to do it is like this, guys. We're not going to mention any names. Okay. So I've told this to the panel already and things like that. And chat, I would ask that you would respect the same way if you guys want to jump in on top of this as well. We're not going to mention any names today. We're going to respect people. Just keep that out. Because, hey, I agree with what Riskit said on our last podcast when we kind of touched upon this. I want to treat it like, if I'm going to say something to you, would I say it to your face? It's real easy to type something. But if you're sitting in front of the person, would you say that same tweet that you type? So I want to respect the people in the same way that we got to know your stories, whether regardless of what anybody else has tweeted, they're people too at the end of the day. That's something I believe. Whether you have a gamer tag that's linked to you that's synonymous with something that's bad, at the end of the day, I see that person as a person first and foremost. I see that person that with thoughts of his own, and I can't shit on somebody without knowing the full story of why they do it. You know, that's just me. That's how I think the Aloha way and the Aloha spirit goes. But we're gonna jump into it now. Enough of that. And I'm gonna start off with you, Umbra, with this question. And it might be some. And Paddle, feel free to jump in as we kind of jump into this as well. But we'll each get everyone's takes. But I want to hear, what do you think causes council warring? Like, what do you think to you is the reason for console warring? Because we've heard things like, you know, console warring has been going on for a long time, and it's not just the Twitter space. You've got as far back as Nintendo and Sega, and some of that can be seen as like good competition, you know. Whereas there's some things now where it's just every little nitpicky thing. It almost seems like a cancel culture mentality just with consoles. You know, so I kind of want to hear your thoughts about it, brother. Again, the question, what do you think is the root of console war, and what do you think causes it?
Well, tribalism is the root, right? I mean, it goes back to everything, even with like, I mean, even when it comes to like bigotry or racism, all of those things are kind of tied together. Like the tribalism of mine's is better than yours, right? And then it goes deeper because now people have placed themselves, they placed their like their personalities, their character, their worth on that console. So now, by extension, so if you're saying something that they take as negative, you say something negative rather, or critique toward that platform. A lot of people have placed it, their being so much on it that they take it as an insult to them. And that's how deep tribalism can go, you know, about what you deem is best. And sometimes I think, you know, we just have to take a step back because it's all supposed to be about gaming. But I think tribalism is the biggest reason why we have that continuously going, as toxic as it has gone. And like I said, because people place such a importance on that, as far as what makes what. And I've said it in spaces before, nobody wants to take a loss, right? Nobody wants to take an L. So they'll defend even the indefensible, you know, because by extension, it's them. So they can't take a loss. I don't want to see my platform of choice be talked negatively about or or you say something negative about a game I like on that platform that's exclusive. You know what I mean? So it just comes down to tribalism. Did you have another question? Like, how do we fix that, or was it just
Now,
really how did it start?
we'll just start off with that, and we'll just keep on going around the panel. But that's a good point. That's a good point, dude. I think tribalism does play a factor into that 100%. I'm gonna try to toss it off to Joe on the same question, bro. What do you think in regards to console wars and the root of it?
Yeah, man. I mean, you kind of touched on it. The reality is console wars started as a journalism, hype word. Back in the day when Nintendo and all them were fighting, console wars was just the companies fighting. It wasn't really people fighting. Like I said, I'm the OG here. I'm the oldest guy here. I never, at no point in my life did I ever argue with somebody about what they're playing and it was dumb or whatever. Oh, Bob, Joe's got Super Nintendo. I've got 64. I've got. Oh, well, let's play this in my house because I have this. Oh, do you have the 4-player attachment? It was never about who was better. I mean, never. It was console wars was created by the media, okay, and that was just to sell merchandise. Now, I mean, console wars now it's just skyrocketed in the past couple 3 years where people have to justify their purchase and or damage control someone saying that something negative about your console. I mean, the reality is I don't care what you think about my favorite console. To be honest, what I do care about is you lying about it. What 9 times out of 10, if I'm jumping somewhere, I'm jumping in to point out you're just making some stuff up and that you have no evidence for this thing that you're talking about. Now, by all means, I've been corrected here and there, and I'll take the L. It's not a big deal. But when people start lying, I mean, that's just like journalism and media in general. Nowadays, people just make stuff up, and it's like nobody's being held accountable for what they're saying. So some dude will say some stuff, you prove wrong, and then they say, "Well, flippity floppy, I was actually talking about something else anyways." And it's like, come on, man. It says right here 2 tweets ago, this is what we were talking about. Now you're saying you meant something else. It's like everything to target keeps changing. So as far as the root, the media is the root. They're the ones that put the word out there and created it. It wasn't that big of a deal. It never was. I mean, like I said, it was. I did never care about who had what. It was like, oh, you got an Xbox? Well, let's play the games that you have for Xbox. That's cool. I prefer these games, so I bought this. You want to come over and play these games? It was never a thing. It's just exploded in the past few years, and you know, if it's something that was created just from negativity in the media and people don't glomming onto that and people just kind of running with lies, it seems like in the past 4 years in general, the media has just run with lies for one reason or another. And it seems like that has carried over to video games and other things on the internet, and anime and other things that you like. So, as Umbra said, between racism and everything else, people have a perspective, and either you're going to look at them logically or you're not. And like I said, myself and my mutuals that disagree are logical enough to where we say these are our perspectives and they're different, but we're not going to be able to change each other's minds because it's all opinion. So then that's when we say, well, I appreciate you listening to me and I appreciate what you've said to me. I've learned some things. Let's be friends. And that's kind of the good part about it, is that there are some really good discussions out there. I do take issue with some of the Xbox or PlayStation centric discussions because you're kind of tooting your own horn and you're floating your own boat, and you kind of, whether or not you're guessing about what's coming or discussing things that were actually announced, you're kind of in your own echo chamber and you're all agreeing with each other. The danger of being on either side is it's just like politics. If you're sitting on one side and everybody's just all, tooting each other's horns, you're not really learning any perspectives about anything else. This IP is good, but what if it could be better? It could be better if it added some stuff that you haven't seen before because you've never played on this other console. You never had a PC, so you never had this plethora of indies that you could play that aren't available on any console. There's a danger with having any discussion without having diversity. Period. And that same danger is what happens with the console warring. Is you have Joe Bob's group talking about all this stuff. You come to Twitter and some guy just says, well, that thing is dumb. And instead of saying, well, you might think it's dumb, but I don't, they say, then they start fighting and it just becomes a thing. So as far as the root of console wars, it was created by the media for hyping up the new consoles that are coming and the next generations. And it's become something, it's become more of journalism and the media and what it's done to our society in general, and fighting about nothing. And I think it has nothing to do with the games themselves and everything about how society's going and where we're going as a society.
Dang, real good points, dude. I didn't think about. I mean, those are two very different perspectives, but at the same time, they kind of make sense. There is a sense of tribalism, and there is a sense of what the media has created, and what could have been created for something that's good and kind of boost sales. You see, I don't know, maybe to add to your point, like the human nature in a negative way kind of coming in and then turning something as simple that focuses on marketing into something that's a little bit more negative in the human perspective, and you get that a lot, dude. I mean, I see that a lot with to Umbra's point of just the whole tribalism aspect. Like, it's harder to take an L when you're sitting in front of a person in real life. But it's real easy to not take an L when you're just tweeting. Like I can definitely not take this L if I'm just spamming you, boom, 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 boom. And sometimes it depends on what you even consider an L. Some people, it's like if I can comment thread you long enough and you stop commenting, that's my dub. Which still doesn't make any sense, but it's like it all depends what you see it as. Those are really good, interesting points, man. And I think just with the marketing aspect that you talked about, I hear a lot of people within, as Riskit would say, the mean streets of Twitter. You hear them a lot, just so focused on the sales aspects and the marketing stuff, and not to say that one can't be focused on those things, or at least critical on those things, but you also got casual gamers out here like, I don't care if Xbox is making more or PlayStation is making more sales than Xbox, and why do you keep on shoving these kind of information down my throat when I'm just here to
Does it
enjoy
play
games,
Fortnite?
Yeah,
Does it play
and I think
Fortnite?
that's what
I'll buy it.
and that's literally like a good majority of the multi-plat aspects, and so real good points to that, 100%. Woolley, I want to get your thoughts about this question next, and I'll move on to you, Vinny, before we kind of close it out. And at any time, if people want to add the things, by all means, feel free to add the things. So, Woolley, same question to you. What do you think in regards to console wars causes it? What do you believe is the root that kind of fuels it? And whether you would like to add to either Umbra's point of tribalism or Tiger Joe's point to marketing just gone awry.
Well, especially in today's age, I'll believe, there's a huge demographic of people that are one very small step away from fascism. And it's because they have the inability to tolerate or accept opinions that differ from theirs. And they take it as a personal insult. And there are people now who think that they have a right to not be offended. And nobody has that right to not be offended. You have the right to be offended, but you don't have the right to demand that your environment doesn't in any way, shape, or form offend you, because in order to have an opinion, you have to risk being offensive. And unfortunately, we'll always get people, especially now, and that demographic is going to only get louder and greater because of the way that I think this world, the media and schools are educating people and leading people, or should I say misleading people, that demographic is only going to get more and more volatile until we are near enough living in a communist environment that doesn't tolerate anyone being different, which is awfully ironic because the whole narrative is embrace diversity. Yes, it's hilarious, right? So, and I think that ironic mindset has spilled into, and you're always going to find it on Twitter, because let's face it, Twitter is, you've got to take the majority of all the crap with the small golden nuggets of good when it comes to Twitter, because it can be a very toxic environment. But toxicity isn't capping or for, I don't believe, for your preference. I mean, there's fun and games, right? You can have banter, you can have fun and games, you can have back and forths. It's when you allow banter, or you allow console war, i.e. a discussion of preference and the reasons behind your preference of console, to get toxic, in the sense that it leads to personal insults, degrading people, racism, sexism, disabilityism, and I've had to block many people who, some are particularly worse than others, who have a relatively large following, are always seen in spaces, get a lot of attention because people view it as entertainment, who like to threaten people and mock my little brother for having Down syndrome and his weight, because with Down syndrome comes a very high risk thyroid problems, and my little brother has a thyroid issue, and he's a tunk lad, he's built like a brick shithouse, so to speak, and mocking him and mocking my girlfriend's appearance, mocking my appearance, all over console wars. And in my opinion, that is the issue. It is the vocal. I don't know whether it's a minority or a majority, or just a mid, like an equal amount of people who resort to that methodology because they aren't able to separate and detach their preferences from their feelings, and their opinion from, and other people's opinions from, somehow misplaced sense of entitlement, where they don't have to tolerate a person having an opinion that's their own. And so, yeah, in my opinion, that's the issue for me. It isn't console wars. Console wars, like Tiger Joe has said, have existed for years and years and years. It's like for having a favorite football team, and the console wars originated with the consoles themselves, battling one another. But you made a good point before, Bango, about you mentioning people, saying, I don't care how many sales PlayStation makes, why keep ramming that down my throat? But, at the same time, vice versa, the reason why people are throwing that out there is because people are calling, for example, buying games outdated, and PlayStation selling games a bygone method of business. And, well, I'm going to challenge your opinion, and that's acceptable. It's okay to challenge people's opinions, and I'll challenge your opinion with, well, here's some facts. Why are these games selling like hotcakes? Why is the console selling like hotcakes, breaking records? Is it outdated and bygone, or is that just your opinion? And if it's your opinion, then take a measure of responsibility to the fact that you have quite a large following, and you're dishing out, a level of information to these people that could be considered misinformation. And I do see a lot of people who do that, and I've done that in the past. I've made mistakes, but I had somebody interestingly say to me once, Woolley, why do you always seem to get caught getting things wrong? and something like that, or being corrected. And I said, well, it's interesting. Like he raised that because there are three or four times in recent in probably in a year and a half or 2 years where I've made a public statement acknowledging very as soon as I realize where I've gone wrong on something, or I wasn't considering something, where I apologize for it, or I acknowledge it and move on from it. Not because I take this seriously, but because I feel a level of responsibility to people who read I am a YouTube creator. People who read my content, I feel a responsibility to them to know where I stand, and if they're interested, I don't assume they are, but it's more for myself that I want to own up and acknowledge where I go wrong. And maybe it's because not a lot of people do that. And so I'm only being pointed out for getting things wrong because I'm pointing it out myself, and then you're responding to me pointing it out where I've got this thing wrong. So I think it's about balance, and it's about acknowledging not being disingenuous. I think is the biggest crime on Twitter. Is people are very disingenuous, and they'll go through all kinds of mental gymnastics to try to avoid reasoning with you on a level playing field. And Tiger Joe has had the fortunate opportunity to meet people and become friends with people who he disagrees with, but adds as friends afterwards because they've come to some kind of middle ground. Well, let me tell you, anyone who's willing to come to any kind of middle ground with you is worth a follow, because there's not many of them. so the more that you can find. That's how I met Uso Vinny. Uso Vinny made a fantastic video trolling my ass after I fell for the April Fool's Halo delay news, and he had a SWAT team coming in, busting my house down, kind of with my
SWAT
face
team.
with my face kind of superimposed on this crux kind of body. I got caught in 4K or 8K or something, and I thought that shit was hilarious, and that's what console wars should be about. It's about a banterful back and forth, between. Now, I had there's this popular person who's very pro Xbox, and she posts things that are very I believe disingenuous. They kind of distort the facts a bit and stuff. But a lot of people like to assume she's a man and mock her. And I don't give two shits whether she's a man or a woman, and I don't get involved in that. Right? It doesn't matter to me. What matters is what she posts, right? And I'm going to assume she's a woman because she identifies as a woman. So with that being said, I had somebody say, well, and this was an Xbox guy. Well, why? How can you say this guy isn't toxic when you isn't this person, this woman, this pro Xbox woman toxic? And I said no, she's not toxic at all. What makes you think she's toxic? Well, don't you think she spreads misinformation about a company? I went, well, yes, but that's not toxicity. To me, but that's not. People are so quick to throw that word out. Do I think she gives bad takes? Yes. Do I agree with the things that she posts? Yeah. No. Not a lot of the time. So very occasionally I do. But at the same time, she's not toxic. That's just console wars, and that's let's stop being kind of going from 0 to 11 on the outrage meter whenever somebody has an opinion or says something that you disagree with. And so I believe in the ability to have discourse. And if you can't have discourse, and you can't disagree or and argue with people in a way that's whether the goal is to correct misinformation or to convince or persuade someone over to your line of reasoning, or whether the goal is merely to kind of defend your version of the truth, regardless of your motive or reason, if you don't let it resort to insults and insulting one another, then that's fine. That I'm all for that, because I think at the end of the day, you're connecting with people, you're learning something, whether you choose to admit it or not. You've learned something from that discussion, and you can only grow from it as a person. So yeah, take the bad with the good. But I think as for the console wars themselves, there's nothing wrong in console wars. I'm all for it. I'm here for it. It's the BS that comes with that, with individuals who don't play a lot but like to say a lot, and resort to threats and insults and mockery and toxic stuff like that as a way to try and I don't know whether it's substituting for their lack of cognitive prowess, or they're just insecure and they take it too seriously. A perfect example, I'm going to give a shout out to this guy who I really like. I really enjoy his content, and I think I can speak for everybody here when I say he's a real G. But one of my favorite people on Twitter is Pretzel Jones, and I love Pretzel Jones. Who doesn't love Pretzel Jones? It's because yes, he posts things that I think are disingenuous. Yes, he takes the piss, but he does it tongue in cheek, and he does it for laughs, and he does it for community. And we always have banter back and forth, me and him. And he's a really stand-up guy, and he's a decent man who doesn't resort to racism or anything. He doesn't take himself seriously. He can laugh at himself. And if you're going to troll, use him as an example. Let him be your sensei. All right. If you're going to try and troll people, keep it like that. How he keeps it. Don't resort to the stuff that you see from a vocal but small part of the community. But I've spoken enough. Sorry, I keep talking.
No, hey, get on your soapbox and say what you gotta say, man. Those are good points. I especially agree with the definition of toxic and how that can be used or thrown out really easily. But
Yeah.
really defining that term toxic, and then making sure there's a difference between what makes a toxic person or versus someone that's just counsel warring. And I think that's a very interesting point as we kind of move along in this conversation, is where do we differentiate that? What is our
I believe-
definition of toxic, and what is our definition of just counsel
Yeah.
warring? Yeah.
There's attacking. I say in speech marks, because it's a way overused word. There's attacking or heavily criticizing a corporation or a company, and then there's spreading misinformation about an individual or a person and trying to capitalize on an opportunity to genuinely attack, or heavily criticize with focus and with particular venom an individual's character and I guess you could say individuality, and that's where I draw the line. I think one is toxic and one isn't, and when you focus on people and you're attacking them, and you can confront their opinion and you can challenge their opinion, that isn't toxic, and nor is that attacking. And people use the word attacking a lot. Interestingly, some of the toxic people that I have blocked, who do resort to insults and threats, viewed me challenging their opinion as a personal attack on them, and that's it's very ironic, but I think that's not what that is. It's when you but then again, that same person views a criticism of the way, like, for example, Colin Moriarty's quote attack on Microsoft in his podcast, where he said that they handle their first party studios terribly, and so they resort to buying to compensate for it. And I really hope Sony doesn't do what they've done in buying an entire publisher. They were crying outrage, and you've attacked Microsoft. And I think that word is so overused to the point where it doesn't mean anything anymore. You're allowed your opinion on a corporation. It doesn't. I mean, I'm sorry. Does that make it difficult for you to wake up in the morning? knowing that there are people out there who don't like the way Microsoft have treated Xbox. Is that like me pissing in your breakfast, in your cereal? Is that really ruined your day? People take this too seriously, bro. So I respect anyone, whether pro Xbox or pro PlayStation, and I disrespect people who are pro PlayStation. I have many ponies blocked because I consider them toxic or just petty. And so, yeah, I mean, there are fanboys on both sides, but it's okay to be a fanboy. It's just not okay to be a fan baby. You know, you can be a fanboy of a band, a music band. You can be a fanboy of a console. You can be a fanboy of food, Hawaiian food. You know, that's awesome. Release the boy, release the child in you. Love that shit. Enjoy it, indulge in it. Be a little kid with it, you know, but don't go to the level where you're attacking people and individuality, because that is toxic, and that's where console wars cater too much to those kind of people, because I see them all the time in spaces and I see them being entertained and followed and retweeted, and you know that shit needs to stop, in my opinion.
Good points. We gotta be. I like the fan baby. We gotta be fan men, guys. Bring that same level of maturity to our fandom. I like that one. Vinny, I'm gonna move it on to you, and then at the end of Vinny's, if anyone on the panel wants to add to anything that was said, you guys can jump in on top of that before we move on to the next question. Vinny, what do you think in regards to this fanboy roots things? Good points on everything. I feel like it's what is toxic to the media's inclusion, to maybe that all kind of tying in together and being a outcome of tribalism, as Umbra was talking about. What is your views on it, bro?
Yeah, so I agree with everybody on the panel today. Very good points. Especially what Harry said about the media being the root of the console wars. I mean, I think we can all agree gaming is the biggest it's ever been today than ever before. And with that comes more media coverage, more people getting involved. And I think we're seeing that on Twitter, right? Harry, we both, oh, even Umbra. I mean, we've all been in the Twitterverse like for a year or so, or longer than a year now. And we're seeing a lot of people come in, making takes and saying things from both sides, and it's just gonna get bigger as journalists and whatnot keep writing about it. Um, and so it's natural for people to partake in tribalism and then pick a side and then act that side's the best. You know, I won't lie. When I first joined Twitter, I was like that. I was pretty, I was a pretty toxic
Same,
X-bot,
same, same, same.
and for people who known me since the beginning of last year, seen my posts, and yeah, they weren't pretty. But it was because I couldn't differentiate my personality from the console, right? And I was kind of just giving into the, well, you know, Xbox doesn't have anything else to take a dub on, so I'm gonna take a dub on you, you know. So, and it's just like I feel like console warring. There's nothing wrong with that. I always joke and laugh around with people. I've made jokes about Xbox. I made jokes about PlayStation. It's all fun and games, and like I have people from both sides laughing. It's just I like seeing people laugh and enjoy like my posts and whatnot. But then, you know, as of lately, I've seen a lot of people. Well, not a lot. There's a few people on Twitter who've just been taking it like way too seriously and just getting way too personal about it. And it's like it's not even about consoles anymore. It's just like, you know, people trying to act bad on Twitter pretty much, and it's just like, dude, it's social media. Like you're not like nobody cares how hard you act. Nobody cares like what kind of gun you got, you know, like, and it's just like, dude, just keep it consoles, keep it jokes, keep it laughing, you know, like we can all have a good time. Like me and Woolley. I think before I made that meme video about Woolley, I was just I don't even think Woolley remembers, but I used to be hella toxic to Woolley. Like,
Really?
and yeah, I was surprised he didn't block me. And
Bro, I thought that shit was hilarious. That video.
yeah, that video.
Honestly, I loved it. I remember you being shocked that I liked your video and retweeted it.
Yeah. I was like really happy that you liked it because,
Bro,
you know,
I loved it, bro. That was a big dub.
but Woolley, I don't think you remember any of my like replies to you before that, do you?
No, to be honest though, bro, I would have if they were toxic. I think you've got you could say you were toxic, but I don't think you ever insulted my individuality or my appearance or my girlfriend or my
Oh
little
yeah.
brother. You know, you didn't stoop to that low. You didn't threaten. You don't. I mean that's where I'm at with the word toxicity.
Yeah.
If your toxicity was literally, Woolley, you're such a fanboy. Why do you never acknowledge the good that Xbox does? And then I'd be like, well, here's a few receipts for you. Kind of, why do you live with your head in the sand? You know, kind of.
Yeah. Why you a donut?
Why do you only acknowledge great games when they land on your platform after 5 years of waiting, you clown? You know, like I mean,
Stuff like that.
that to me is kind of. I mean, minus the clown bit. I don't even use that word. I was just trying to picture myself as someone arguing in console wars, but you know, I kind of that to me is just you're only stressing yourself out getting into those debates, but I wouldn't call them toxic. I wouldn't call them toxic, and I don't think I don't think you have it in you to be toxic, Vinny. Honestly, bro, because you're such a good guy. You know.
Oh man, I appreciate that.
It's that aloha in you, bro.
It is. You got that aloha in your blood. You know.
And back and like I said, it's just consoles isn't something to get worked up over. You know, even when talking about sales or not whatnot. If you get personally offended by that, like I don't know what to tell you. Like I think you need to go outside, touch some grass, you know, and have a little realization of like what your life is, and really, yeah, but that's it. Like console warring, it's been around forever. Journalists make it bigger than ever. Um, I think there's nothing wrong with it. It's just all fun and games. But when people take it personal, like that's where the issue is.
Yeah.
Good points, everybody. Good points around. And I think if there's anything that we can all agree on, and as I get into what I think about this, is that this has a lot more to do than with the person themselves making the tweet. You know, this has things linked within media. This has things linked within tribalism and just our natural human instinct to respond to this. That has things that probably deals in, how people were raised, and what we define as toxic and what we define as not toxic. This kind of deals with one's ability to, I guess, kind of, in a lack of better terms, just what you would consider as mature, and how that one can separate that type of maturity in being connected with a console versus being too connected with a console. So when it comes to a topic like this, I think if there's anything to kind of just understand from what everyone else is saying, is that um, there's no one shoe that fits all, and I think that's something to kind of consider when when you're scrolling through the timeline and you see someone's stuff and you're just like, this mother effer, and you automatically feel that instinctual, just like, I freaking hate this guy. And then you're already thinking of a comeback. At least that's how I am. Like, you're thinking of a comeback.
Yeah.
How do I respond to this and shut their thing down? Hopefully
narrative.
their narrative down. And sometimes that narrative can be totally right and be like, this deserves to be shut down. And sometimes I'm just like, you know what? It's not worth my time, and I just continue to scroll on. But I think if there's anything to bring to the table with this discussion, at least what everyone here on the panel has said, is that it's another thing to kind of think of, just like, hey, there's a lot more to this than just I'm saying in this tweet. There's a lot of connections that this person could have been connected to, with all the things that you guys said in regards to just what the person tweeted. So the complexity of it is something, just, I guess, to keep in mind And I'm not saying that's going to make the tweet any better or make the console warring aspect any better, but you're coming in with a little bit more of that knowledge and understanding it before you let your emotions just get the best of you.
Bango, if everybody had that mindset, bro, to acknowledge the existence of nuance and context, cancel culture wouldn't be a thing. That wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Context is huge. Context is huge.
Because that's literally what cancel culture has been created by. It's literally isolating a few words out of context and condemning an individual's entire character and being based on a few words without any with purposeful omission of context. It's intentional here, and that's kind of why I think that's for another story. But but I wish everybody had your opinion. Where that the necessity and need to remember that these are real freaking people with there's context behind their words, and if you have full understanding of the context and can articulate a way to challenge either a narrative being perceived to be that you perceive as being spun, that's disingenuous. Like, I think there are media outlets, big media outlets, that have been very disingenuous in the way that they've portrayed news and gaming related media. And if there's a way to challenge those things, because as professionals they have a responsibility to give accurate information, then by all means do it. But yeah, I think condemning that person, their entire character and their existence, and trying to cancel them is a whole different ball game. And I think you need to take a serious look at your own life and, like you said, touch grass and and gain some real world perspective, because there are far worse things in life than other people's opinions.
About Xbox or PlayStation.
Especially
trust,
about
dude,
Xbox
trust.
or
When you
PlayStation.
step back and you just take the time to just think of the context, it's ridiculous.
I made a funny video. Like a meme, about the whole FPS boost, which I love, by the way. I think FPS boost on Xbox Series X is a big win, and it's something great, because
it's very
Prey,
cool, yes.
Prey at 30 FPS is a very difficult game to enjoy. Let me tell you.
Oh my goodness!
It handles terribly on console.
Most things on 30 FPS is hard to enjoy.
Exactly. What I would give to play Killzone 2 at 60, let me tell you. So, but I, just to take the mick, I put me going out to buy a 400 quid, a 500 quid console to play old games in 60 FPS greatness, like flames emoji and the sunglasses emoji, and it was this video of a guy making his bed, and as he pulls his sheets off, he sees an old slice of pizza, and this old slice of pizza is under his duvet, and he like picks it up, and I've got written on it old games, and he takes it downstairs and he pulls Craig's head off the pizza and throws it in the bin, like this whole little mushroom that I turned into Craig's head with the edit from Halo. And he throws that in the bin, and then he puts gets some salad cream, and on the salad cream from the fridge, there's FPS boost written on the bottle, and he squeezes it on this old ass pizza, and then takes a big bite. And so the meme is, old shit at 60 FPS is still old shit, and it was just a joke. It's just a little console war bit of fun. And there are those who found it hilarious and retweeted it, even Xbox fans who thought it was a really well-made video and great job. It was hilarious. I was laughing my ass off at this. But then there were those who took it really personally, and I'd spat on their mum's grave or something.
It's like, what, Woolley, this is your last day on Earth. You're done.
You're so evil. I hate you so much. Report. I hope you get cancelled, and that's unfortunately the status quo today. You get that on both sides,
Mm-hmm. For sure. For sure. And it's really interesting points that you even bring up cancel culture in reference to console wars, because we came in with this thinking that we're going to talk about console wars, but the more that we discuss it, the more it seems like console wars isn't even the word that should be used, even though that's what's thrown around most of the time. We're dealing with cancel culture, you know. We're dealing with aspects of tribalism. We're dealing with aspects of toxicity of a person and their personal views. And I think which is why, like you said, context is important. When you get into that, then it's a little bit more understandable what the true enemy is, and maybe not the person that you're just so keen on report, die, you know. And that's to an extreme. But the question that I kind of have for you guys, and I want to offer it up to the panel to kind of freely talk about, and maybe start with Umbra and whoever else wants to jump in, is the two questions based that I have on top of your guys' feedback is one, and you don't have to answer both, it could just be whatever, but one, do you think, based upon what everything we said, Twitter is a good place to even have these type of discussions, or is Twitter just set up as just a horrible place to have these types of discussions, whether it be tweeting or spaces itself? And then my next question would be, and this one is I think a little bit pressing more upon what you guys have said, is that I'm a counselor by day, so I think very deeply in regards to all of the context aspects. So like what you said, like, and most people don't think about context, that makes sense, but it's my job to think about context. It's my job to look past of what the person that I see and just hypothetically think what makes you say this or makes you do this in the first place, which is why I have the outlook, as well as being just a chill ass Hawaiian from Hawaii. But other than that, the question that I would also have in regards to is Twitter just a bad place to do it, is when it comes to connections, you know, is it wrong to say that one can't be connected to a console, and at what point is it not good to be connected to that quote unquote console? And I'll use this as an example before I let you guys chime in. When each of you guys described your favorite games, okay, like whether it be Woolley and Metal Gear Solid, and what that meant to you, and growing up as a kid, and it connecting you to a way where it's just like, man, I love this game enough to get tattoos on it because of the story hit me so emotionally, it affected me in that way, you know. Or whether it be Joe, and his discussions of games and Demon Souls, and how it kind of changed his outlook on top of the way that he sees games, the way that he plays games, or even as deep as what Umbra was saying is Halo CE connects with him because that's something in a memory that he shares with his brother who is now passed. But it's something where, you know, if you connect CE, you're connecting that memory of his brother, you know. And is it bad to say, like, when we think about Xbox, and I will agree to this, I don't think one should put all of their chips into a company. I think all of us can agree to that, you know. But we also have these other memories that are connected with these companies, with the experiences that we have connected to them. So if, for example, if one person would be like, Halo CE sucks ass, it's a garbage piece of game, and I don't know why anyone would love that thing, which I've seen people tweet, you know. And I don't think this is necessarily a maturity thing, but I think it's like just a knee-jerk reaction thing based upon our memories. Like, what if now Umbra could link that back and be like, dude, that connects with my brother, you know, or that connects with my time spending with him, you know. And that could be something with Xbox, like, at least with me, it's like I have fond memories that are connected to that, and that's just a console in itself. And I know there's a separation to that, but it's also very easy for one to kind of initially feel that, which is why I think majority of us, when we're scrolling through our timelines and we see something that we don't agree with, it's just easy to connect, you know. And so that's the question I would pose to you. I know it's kind of long-winded, but kind of giving the spark notes again is, one, do you think Twitter is a good space to even have these types of discussions? And two, how would you guys justify those connections with memories that we have with a specific console or game that someone may or may not diss?
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, as far as the first part of the question, any tool is a useful tool. It's all on how you use it, right? You see a gun, it's just a tool, right? It can be to protect you, it can be to hurt somebody, it can be to hunt for food. A hammer can be used to build a house or bash somebody's head in. Twitter's just a tool. Tools are fantastic. Tools are wonderful if you use them how they're intended to be used. Or if you creatively come up with a way to use that tool to, you know, partake in the conversation or share. Twitter and Spaces, it's all there. It's all available to people who want to use it and use it the way it's meant to be used. You cannot, it's like same thing as like regulating guns. You want to you want to be able to report people for crazy conversations and stuff that's inappropriate, and you want to have those tools to be able to kind of rein some people in. But by all means, Twitter and Spaces, to me, is just a tool, just like any other social media, just like any other media. The best part about Twitter and other social media is that regular people can say stuff. And, that's where you find that regular people have some pretty profound thoughts. And it'd be a
Yeah,
shame
yeah.
to miss out on Joe Blow from Montana, who has this great thought about a game. You don't know that if Hideo Kojima hears Joe Blow talking about this thing, it might snap something in him and it gives him some kind of inspiration. So it'd be tough to say, oh well, Spaces is toxic, blah 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 blah. Yeah, the wrong people got the tool, and the wrong people use it the wrong way. But every tool, every tool to anybody should be available to everyone, and for the reason of creativity and sharing and human connection. Going along with that, as far as having preferences and connections, I mean that's the only reason. That's the only reason why you game. That's the only reason why you read a book. That's the only reason
Yes.
why you go to see Deadpool 2 at the theater. It's all media, and the only way to enjoy it is to connect. I don't care. Pac-Man, to me, back in the day, I used to throw quarters on the arcade, and my connection with Pac-Man is standing there and beating other people or trying to beat the high score. You know, that connection, you can't take that away. And if someone wants to go next level and they want to give Microsoft or Sony or Namco the credit for being gods, then as long as they're not hurting anybody, let them give all the credits they want to whatever companies they want. Who cares if they want to give a corporation credit for being gods? To them, this thing that they love, this thing that changed their lives, was something that they connected with, and it was for a reason. Whether it was by accident or on purpose. Like Hideo Kojima's ideas are off the wall, and the way they connect with you is because they are off the wall and out of the box. So, whether it's as simple as, thinking back as a simple game like Death's Door, real simple little, Souls-like RPG with very simple graphics, connecting with that because it's kind of like Dark Souls, or if it's a cheap indie, and it was $15 on Steam, you picked it up, and you happen to connect with it, and you hear it's Souls-like, that may open you up to try Dark Souls and other tougher games like that. So, yeah, I mean, connection is a must. We're talking about something enjoyable to people. Bump all the competition, bump esports and the corporations. Realistically, everybody's picking this thing up, and you have to connect with it in order to enjoy it. I don't care how many millions of people are playing Fortnite and how annoying that is. People buy the next console just to play Fortnite. Who cares? Let those people enjoy it. They're enjoying it for what it is. You know, Fortnite when it started out was a team based base building post apocalyptic game. They saw what PUBG was doing. They said, "Well, I think we can do that," and they threw it out there for free. And they've created almost a whole genre of free to play games. It's ridiculous. And whether it's free to play or you pay $70 for it or whatever, you get it on Humble Bundle. You get 12 games for $1 for a month. However you get your media, whether it's the bargain bin at the bookstore, that media is intended for you to connect with it. And what you want to do with that connection is between you and that media. And that is kind of the point. You know, God bless being able to share video games. That's the best part about that media is that, you know, yeah, everybody went to Deadpool and everybody kind of saw the same thing. And some people see Easter eggs, but video games, the perspectives people get, their experiences when they're sharing multiplayer online is something you can't replace because as much as the map never changes, the interactions always kind of change and something always happens just a little bit different. Something accidental happens and it's fantastic and you'll remember it for a long time. That's kind of the point. That's the point of video games is it's an interactive media you can share. And once again, give whoever credit you want to give credit to. If you want to pay $200 for the battle pass and you have the $200, spend that money. If you don't have the money and you can only afford a Switch, buy that Switch, play Fortnite for free, and enjoy yourself. Who cares? I mean, that's kind of the way I see it. Games are tools. Media is meant to be enjoyed, and however you want to connect with it, it's between you and the media, and nobody should come between you and what you enjoy.
You got me feeling a little heartfelt there, dude. I should put some background music to that, and man,
Preach.
you be making people teary-eyed, dude. Good stuff, Tyga. Good
Bango
stuff.
over there having a little breakdown. He over there like,
he was the way he was speaking was so eloquent, and he hit his like his notes real good. I was like, wow, man. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. But good points. Good points.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, no matter what stupid shit I say on Twitter, this is what it's about. And
yes,
you know, like I said, I just hate when people make up stuff. I hate when people just go out there and put false information, and the whole thread is supporting them. Yeah, that fake thing you said is fantastic. It's like, you know, it's about the media. You're talking about a thing that exists that people enjoy. Who cares? Why do you feel the need to poop on it? Let people enjoy it.
yes, 100%. Umbra, did you have any thoughts in regards to either my questions or just in general that we've been talking about thus far?
I think he kind of covered it. I think you guys covered it really well already. So I don't really have any other ways to look at it. I think it was really well answered right there.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was a good answer. Like he says, you know, you should have personal connections with games. One of my favorite games of
Yeah.
all time is Knights of the Old Republic. I think just like, you know, I don't really let my connections with things get involved with like arguments or whatnot. I usually look at things at a logical standpoint, but I'll never like get offended if you say, "Oh, KOTOR is trash" or "Xbox is trash." And like to me, the console is more like a canvas for developers to make their art form on, and so it's just like without games or whatnot, you know, it's just a console. You know, I don't really have a personal connection with Xbox besides just gaming with friends and the games I did play on Xbox, and that's why I love it so much. But if Xbox didn't have any, like, if Xbox didn't have Halo, I could care less about Xbox. You know, it's just a blank canvas. It's just a blank canvas without the games, and so yeah, it's more than okay to have a connection with games and whatever media you consume.
Well said, brother. Well said. You just capping it all off for us, Tyga. You got you got it all summed up and wrapped up neatly in a bowl. And see, that's the crazy thing that I want to add to it, bro, is that this is where I think context comes into point. And I guess yeah, some people can be like, okay, well, why do you tweet the things that you do? But the way that I see it is like what you just said, any gamer can agree with. Any gamer on whatever side of the pond that you are, whatever you rep and things like that, any gamer would be like, dude, that's the shit. Like, I understand that. I feel that. I vibe with that. Me having Xbox as a preferred console, I was like, oh my God, what you're saying, I 100% agree with, you know? And then for people that are taking tweets at face value or not being able to distinguish what is a troll, what is a console war, what is a toxic, you know, like seeing that and hearing what you just said, context is key. I don't think anybody would be able to be like, nah, that's not right. You know, like Joe's Joe's dumb. That doesn't make any sense. I don't agree with what he's saying. Like you spoke as a gamer, and I think if people can, and this is really hard for people, and I might just be in the minority here, if people can step back and at least, like what Woolley was talking about, have the ability to have a discussion, in which both sides, and I think with a discussion, you need to be able to come humbly enough to be like, yeah, I'm wrong in this. And yeah, you might be right in this, but you might be wrong in this, and I might be right in this. If you have that type of humility to come and have that type of discussion to understand the person behind the tweet, bro, that's what it's about. And that's why, like, regardless of what you tweet, Joe, I don't agree with some of this stuff, but the way that I see it is like, dude, it's crazy that when I see the tweet like that, I know who you are. I know what you stand for. I know you as a person. So I'm like, this guy's fucking around. This dummy, and that's what I'm thinking of. I'm not thinking of like, this guy is doing a personal attack on me. So I'm not saying that everyone has the ability to talk to every person that they see on Twitter and be like, let me get to know you, But I think if that's a real big issue with people within the community, that's a start. And that's all we're saying, dude. It's a start, Like you can say regardless, whatever you say, and then I already know your heart behind everything. And at the end of the day, I don't have to agree with it, but it doesn't mean that I can't vibe with you as a person,
And by all means, most times when I say something stupid, is I've seen so many stupid things against my favorite council that I say, you know what? I'm going to say something just as ridiculous. Bam! Take that. And it's like,
sometimes
I just
it'd be like that, huh? Sometimes it'd be like that.
I'm tired of hearing shit on PlayStation. Here's this big ball of garbage. I don't care. And I'll wait till people start chiming in, and usually my boys will go out there and just laugh at me and shit. But yeah, no, it's sometimes it's a release. It's just nonsense, and you just venting, and it's like,
that's true.
It's got to happen sometimes. But once again, people that know me, they know I'm not serious, and if I'm saying something, it's out of frustration or whatever. But
that's true. Yeah, sometimes I do these thing called positive retweets. I'll retweet something I don't agree with, but I'll do it real nice. Just like what are you gonna say? Like F you because I'm doing it kindly. I'm saying something super nice. It's
That's why I like
they're going to see that and be like, "Oh, you're trying to be sarcastic."
yeah. That might be the narrative too. That might be the narrative too.
No way some guy on the internet's this nice to me.
It's a trap.
These people don't exist on Twitter. But based upon the discussion, guys, hey, if you didn't know them, you know them now, and they do. Okay, they do. I'm gonna cap it off with this, guys, and we're gonna end. Thank you for sticking along with me. Just 3 hours in, and I appreciate all you guys for sticking along with the panel and even the chat coming in and listening to what we say. Super deep, super good discussions, and a little bit of personal for all of us, But at the end of the day, you don't have to take our opinions. You don't have to listen to us, but all we're asking is just hear the conversation out. If you add a little bit of knowledge and you agree with what we're saying, I would just hope that we apply that instead of just continuing on the same cycle that would just cause more discourse. But I'm going to move on to the last question that adds to that, and I'm going to open up to the panel as well, is with all that said, what are some applicable things or what are some suggestions that you think, whether small or big, that would help us move past this, that would help better the community, that would help distinguish what is toxic and what is just console warring? So I want to hear your guys' thoughts upon that. Vinny, since you popped the unmute real fast, I'll start it off with you, bro.
I'm gonna say, unless your name is Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo Switch, like, please don't take offense to any of that stuff. If your parents are that dumb to name it, like, yeah, you have a right to be angry.
Unless your name, like your legal name is.
Yeah, your legal name. Unless your legal name is Xbox or PlayStation, like, please, like, it's all just fun and games.
But my name is Xbox, Nintendo, PlayStation. That's my full name. Junior.
Junior.
The third.
The third.
It's just like, unless it gets personal, like, even if someone called me dumb or stupid, I wouldn't get offended by that. I'd probably just like a little story. One guy told me I should go back to school and learn how to read after I posted something about an article, and he spelled please as PLZ, and I corrected him as PLESE with the little asterisk sign,
Oh,
and he
the
blocked me
diva.
over it. Yeah, he blocked me over it. And it's just like they, if you're that type of person to get offended so easily, but are so willing to dish out things, like maybe Twitter's not your place, But to differentiate, back to the question, like I said, unless your name's being involved, or unless people are being involved in I guess the backlash or the comebacks, then there's no real reason to take anything personal. And if they do get to that level, like, don't even entertain them. Just block them or mute them and leave it there. Like, that's what I do. I don't entertain like low lives on Twitter. I just leave them be in their little 2 follower hole and let them continue on with their lives.
Savage, but true.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. So yeah, I don't know who would name you Xbox, or PlayStation, but yeah, that's really good points, brother. That's really good point.
Probably a celebrity, and the kid would probably be adopted.
Elon Musk.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Phil Spencer will name his kid Xbox. After my
My
biggest.
name is-
No. He would wait. He would name his kid E3. Wait, first name. Wait to. I'll wait till.
Jim Ryan would name his kid Next Gen. No,
No,
last
he'd
name
name it
only.
Generations.
Yeah, the next generation.
Jenny for short.
Translation,
Ryan.
guys.
Jenny for short.
This is trolling, and this is what council warring looks like. Eh? But Umbra, what do you think, brother? What do you think is a way that we can improve, or a way that you found has been helpful in just either lessening it or just causing a new way of thinking, hopefully, for the people that choose to?
Honestly, what we're doing here right now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what you guys did, I thought, because I remember first when you guys brought it and approached me about it, and were like, okay, we'll have such and such, we'll have such and such. I'm like, oh, isn't that interesting? I was like, well, we've had words against each other. But I mean, when you sit down and you talk and you listen to these gentlemen, you know what I mean? You can put those little differences aside and understand these are good dudes right here. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
And I've come to find, like, even with hosting the spaces and talking with that, like, I'll give you an example. Like, I don't want to say his name, but I don't want to violate that rule, but just a person who said that they're a Pegasus member, right? And if you all don't know what that is, you haven't been on Twitter enough. But so he's a quote unquote Pegasus member. This guy, I avoided the spaces they were in because I was like, okay, Pegasus, I don't want to deal with that. I know what comes with that. Well, I was in a space and we happened to be in the same space, and this guy was in there, and I was like, okay, I'll just stick around because I was already here. We started talking, find out we're both from Chicago. We find out, I just found out yesterday we're both Aquariuses, which is so odd.
How'd that conversation go?
Right. I'm like, and mine's is February the 4th. His is February the 6th. I'm like, wow. I said, you're not like my long lost brother or something, are you? So I just, it's so weird. But then we hit it off and we talk all the time now, no matter the subject of the space, and now we follow each other and such like that. And he's a Pegasi, and I'm an X-bot, right? But you can put that stuff aside when you just sit down and talk with each other. I think because of, like I said, because of the anonymity of Twitter or whatever online, people sometimes put the part of being human aside too, right? And when we sit here and talk, and like you gentlemen did here, this is a way to combat that, to really change that toxic way that we've been. So just draw each other in and actually talk and listen to each other. Now, to be fair, there are some people you're not going to be able to do that with. There's some people who are too far gone.
True.
It's not foolproof, but this is one of the ways to do that. In my opinion, is just to have a real actual sit down and talk, not put it on a show for anyone or to try to puff your chest out so your audience that follows you see you in a certain light or whatever way. It's just to kind of humble yourself and sit there and talk with somebody on equal footing. And
Yeah, bro.
and that's what you guys did here. And I think that's what we all need to do going forward. No trying to gatekeep our side versus your side. Just talk as gamers to each other. And that'll kind of curtail a lot of that, in my opinion.
We got to get in touch with our feminine side, man. That's the secret.
You put on lace, I put on lace. We got to meet each other halfway.
Next show, we just be pulling up in laces.
Right.
Feeling a little in touch today, guys. Come on. Let's all be friends. Oh, man. Either
Yeah, you were
Woolley or
spitting facts,
Joe.
Umbra. Yeah, I was just saying Umbra was spitting facts then.
100.
Absolute facts. 100%
100.
agree.
Thank you.
Woolley or Joe, either one, do you guys have for you, it could just be agreeing with what people said too, but would there be anything for you of how the gaming community can come better in this, or we can kind of put a little dent in console warring? Where do you think that starts? What do you think some things that are being done now you see works, or what has personally worked for you in these types of disputes?
Yeah, I mean, like Umbra said, I mean, outside of having conversations, it's kind of tough to get some of these people from Twitter to jump into a space or something and talk it out. I mean, if you still engage, continue to
Yeah.
engage. Just engage with everybody out there and just talk and bring up some ideas and thoughts. And if they go one way, like Sonny Benny says, mute them, block them, get rid of them. But always have a conversation. Like I said, it's it doesn't hurt to say why'd you say that or why do you think that or what. And you bring up maybe some counterpoints, and either it becomes a discussion or becomes a bunch of nonsense. And you either take the nonsense and you throw it away, or you have the discussion and you go see it through to the end. I mean, yeah, engagement's the only way to do it. And it's like saying, well, maybe if we all just stop saying nonsense, now you're just taking away the fun of everything. There's no point in dropping all the silly salt nonsense because, like Woolley said about Pretzel, I mean, it's half of it. 90% of his fun is seeing whatever he drops out there, you're just laughing at it. I hate to get rid of all the fun for the sake of trying to kill console warring, but yeah, just go down to thread, and if you see something dumb or something you want to have a discussion about, engage, reply, see what they say, and if it doesn't go the right way, it doesn't go the right way. It's kind of the point. Just constantly have conversations, and they can't all go right. But if you try to come, at least if you come in with your heart open and you're trying to have a conversation, then so be it. And if they can see it, they can, and if they refuse to, then move along, go to the next conversation.
Well spoken, man. Well spoken. You gotta change your name to Tiger the Sage Joe after this episode.
Yeah, I have to change my name from Harry Bologna to something else for sure.
Which remind me, before the show ends, I forgot to ask you what your name means. So I want to get your thoughts on that before it's all done.
Let me know.
Woolley, close us off, brother. Is there anything that you have in mind in regards to what everyone has said?
I honestly think, or at least hope, that because I think the kind of toxicity that we've been talking about tonight only exists, I think, predominantly as a byproduct of trending mentality that exists in general through media and online and through kind of the whole cancel culture mentality. And I think people are starting to get sick of it. People are starting to get sick of the very destructive kind of labeling and kind of ideological, pseudo-moralistic kind of just the only way I could describe it is pitchfork and outrage culture that exists, and it's furnished people to believe that their opinion their opinion is the only thing that matters in life. But I think people are getting a bit sick of this now. I think it's starting to turn on its head. Like, and as most things are kind of, as that becomes more and more evident, naturally these people will stop having a voice. And that's not me saying cancel those people. I think it's people will either get bored of not having an audience anymore, entertain their BS, and they'll just get bored of speaking to the wind, or they'll change their mindset for the sake of clout. And either way, I don't care. All that I care about is that, you know, we get to a point again where we can actually have discussions about shit without it turning into a bitch fest of insults and trying and reporting and trying to cancel and all that crap. So and people will start to see the value again in healthy debate, which I believe is needed and is a thing, and opinions need to be said. So yeah, I think as the world gets more and more intolerant of intolerance, so to speak, which I think people will wake up. It's all very ironic because I think it's the woke mentality that kind of caused this intolerance in a way. And when people wake up, people will start to value what has always worked for millennia, traditional values, like individuality and having an opinion and being able to voice that opinion in a way that can be respected. So I know that sounds a little deep, but it's just something that's really peeving me off, you know. And I've noticed that a lot of people who are quite toxic when it comes to console wars were very vocal against people like, I don't know, Gina Carano and Dave Chappelle, and very get your pitchforks out, cancel these people. I like powerful women, but when it's a powerful woman who has her own opinion, screw that. Get rid of her, you know, mentality. And you see people's true colors for what they are. And that kind of bleeds into the way that they handle console wars and stuff like that. So I think that kind of very vocal, very intolerant demographic are becoming less and less vocal as time goes on. At least I hope that's the case. And when that happens, then you'll have people just like BottyGerJoe remaining in, who are able to, and Pretzel Jones, who are able to laugh and joke and have banter and discuss and debate and challenge without it turning petty. But in the meantime, what can we do? I think it would treat it in a similar way to how we treat racism and sexism. You know, you either call it out and challenge it, or mute, block, and ignore. And people conflate blocking with cancelling. They're completely different things. So before people say, oh, that's ironic, someone who's against cancel culture suggests blocking people. Well, actually, that it's my right to choose who I choose to listen to and who I don't. It's not my right to try and get, well, I don't know if you view it as a right or not.
To start a mob, you know?
To start a mob, or to try and shut people up. I'm not going to try and stop somebody from giving their opinion. I just might not want to personally listen to it myself. So that they're completely different things. So you can't conflate the two there. The block's there for a reason. Use it. You know, that's my opinion. But yeah, and that's kind of the only thing I can give is just treat it like you treat toxicity. You know, and throw yourself into that uncomfortable situation where you instead of being defensive and not maybe take an L and see how it feels. It feels pretty good sometimes, you know, to not take yourself too seriously. And if you can do that, your Twitter won't ruin your whole life, because you know I can imagine some people take this shit so seriously on Twitter. and the console wars, that they live and breathe this shit until the whole day is ruined by something someone has said. And yeah, it's silly, really. This is meant to be about gaming and about having fun, and it's your passion and your hobby. So keep it your passion and your hobby.
Well said. Points
Yeah.
all around. Sorry, Umbra, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just agreeing. Well said, absolutely. And just one little adage to that is just I kind of forgot to mention. One way to kind of quell this is I wouldn't say necessarily you have to call people out, right? Maybe depending on your audience, maybe that's the wrong move because maybe it'll send people after that person.
That's
But
true.
I would say if you have something like of a bit of a following or you're well respected enough, just don't give that type of attitude or that type of personality more shine. Shun that. Shun that type of behavior and say, hey, listen, I like this too, but you don't have to do that. Kind of show them the way. Because like Woolley said, and like Joe pointed out, it's just a matter of it's fine how you feel. It's just to what degree do you take that, and sometimes people just get too entrenched into it. So I think maybe just kind of curtailing that behavior when you see it. It's not our job necessarily to do so, but I think if we want to have a more productive and progressive thinking as far as conversations and things like that go, we want to go that way and kind of cut off a bit of that toxicity. I think we have to get proactive in that way as well.
You're absolutely right. Instead of calling individuals out, maybe to try and because what you're doing there in a way is similar to what's like a specific YouTube creators do, that literally their sole career is based on bottom feeding off other creators.
Yes.
To call them out and mock them and reach the whole shtick is literally trying to tear down other people. And in a similar way, we're not too dissimilar if you're going to just call these people out with the goal of getting them mob attacked. So, but to call out the behavior in general, in a generalistic kind of message is beneficial. It can only help people who read it without necessarily specifying the person, or just like you mentioned, Umbra, and like I mentioned earlier, just block and move on. Regardless, it is what it is. You can only do what you can do, but as a collective, it eventually makes a difference.
True. It is what it is. But I think to add my final points and before we wrap up the show, dudes, honestly, this, like Umbra was pointing out earlier, this is a start. Like, the fact that we all agreed to be on here shows that there's hope, because we're not going to sugarcoat it. We all come from very different aspects within the Twitter space, and I think what you guys just said, in keeping in mind and as Joe pointed out, using the tool right, I would even like to say to all of us is that there's, as I would quote as an Xbox dude, the PS5 banger, which is Spider-Man or Spider-Man Miles Morales, and within the Sony universe of the Spider-Man games, with great power comes great responsibility. And I think with that type of, there you go, represent.
He wore that shirt just for this moment.
That's why he was spitting so much gems today, is he got that Spider-Man shirt on. But with that comes great responsibility. And for what we can see as a social media following and people follow us, sometimes I think, and myself included, I can forget, and I'll say this just for me and not necessarily for all of you, I can forget that this is still 200 people that are looking to what I say, and 200 people that may or may not, whether they're my age or younger, may be influenced by what I say. And so what we write, especially on a tool like Twitter, where you don't have the context necessarily, when you don't have emojis to kind of show whether you're joking or not joking, or even as detailed as it got of like, when you call someone's behavior out, doing it in a way that's respectful and not necessarily pinpointing at the person. As just a human, that's hard. It's hard to articulate. It's not like we have the time in our day to tweet something and then look and then cross check it and make sure that everything's gravy before we send it out, but it also brings to mind that sometimes considering that, or considering what we write, can sometimes have repercussions, especially if we are influencing people within our designated followings, and to quote the good book, and not to throw any religion on someone, just quoting it, um, words have the power of life and death, guys. What you say and what we say, sometimes we may not know it, but depending on what someone is going through, depending on how that person was raised, depending on their maturity level at the time, Twitter is words, and words can bring life or words can bring somebody down. So I would really hope, man, that as we move forward in this, within our designated communities, or just as honestly, just as between us as gamers, themselves, we would keep all the little topics and the little things that we've had in mind, the discussions that we had, and hopefully, we're not saying it's going to change the world. Certainly not in one night, but next
it can
time
influence it.
It can, and that's all we're asking for. At least that's all I'm asking for, is that these little tidbits, these little sharings, even just to getting to know us as people and the ways that we think we're going to change this, or we can change this. You never know, man. Someone could apply that the next time they tweet something and save them a whole lot of trouble of starting shit that didn't need to be started.
Yeah.
So I
Bango.
really do. Go ahead, bro.
I just want to say, bro, I've absolutely loved being here tonight, and hand on heart, this has been one of the most positive, like, beneficial and upbuilding podcasts I've ever been on, and I think one of the most important discussions we could possibly have on a gaming related podcast. I mean, you can literally with words talk somebody down from suicide. So the notion that words are not powerful is just bullshit. Words are very powerful, and I'm definitely going to try and apply the things said tonight by you guys even more, and try to allow it to make me a better person, and might even influence my day-to-day life, not just my Twitter, so but I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. A big fat what is it? Mahalo. Big fat mahalo to you guys. And this podcast is special, man, and I'm really honored to have been here. So shout out to all of you guys on the panel, everyone in the chat as well. You're all awesome. And you're all, what's that word that means family?
Ohana.
You are all Ohana. Ohana of gamers.
Ohana.
Ohana of gamers. Yeah.
I'm going to change my hashtag.
I'll ref that. Ohana of gamers, hashtag Bango Squad. Take it over both of you guys.
Bango Squad.
No, I appreciate that, dude. And that comes with a lot of humility, and that comes with a lot of heart. And I think that's something I want to say to the panel and to everyone that's in chat, or anyone that chooses to listen. I'm going to try and apply myself to do the same thing, like the things that you guys have taken, the things that you said to me, because like I'm not going to front in saying that I don't enjoy the Xbox spaces and being a part of that community. I love it. I feel like that community has made me the person that it is today, or that I am today, and brought me back to gaming. And so I have a lot to give to that community. But I think bringing it back to what we talked about, having that understanding of diversity, having that understanding of not just seeing the people across from me in this panel now as just that's the pony, or that's the PS5 guy, you know, like that's Woolley, that's Joe. They have their
Bro.
wisdom to give to me, and I should take that and bring it back to either support my community, help other people, like bridge the gap between people that may just not want to take that step as much as we did. And so definitely want to do my part alongside as well, and taking your guys' wisdom, whereas like we like to say in Hawaii, mana'o, taking your mana'o and bringing it to every place that I go, bro. So I appreciate both of you for coming on and then just sharing what you guys shared. 100%.
It's all love, bro. All love. And I used to think Tiger Joe was just, I don't know, like a troll behind an alias. I didn't realize he was such a
sucking sage, bro.
I did too.
a wise ass man. He is a wise ass man, my dude.
Yeah.
And Umbra, it's an absolute pleasure to hear you speak to, my dude.
Yes,
I've really
100%.
enjoyed getting to know you as well.
Same, brother. Same.
Yeah, it's all love, man. I've given you a follow and look forward to seeing your posts. And no, it's been nothing but love on this panel tonight, and I'm really, really built up and grateful to have been here. I'm blessed, so thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Oh, thank you, man. Oh, man. I thought Joe was getting me emotional, but dang, he's getting pretty emotional in this, because this is what, you know, you bring a podcast together, and you would know as a host, Woolley, you bring people together, and you just hoping that the guests that you bring just come out,
bro.
Just
not
clicking,
gonna lie, we
you
were
know. So,
scared.
yeah, man.
when you have a successful podcast and it's gone really, really well, and you're like, that's a banger, you go to bed with a smile on your face.
Yes.
But when you
Yes.
have a podcast that you think, yes, that's a banger, that went really well, and the panel have said to you, holy shit, I've really loved tonight, it really was amazing, it makes you go to bed with a smile on the face and and a tear in your eye, you know. It really means a lot. So yeah, hats off to you, my dude. You've got an incredible thing going on here, and if ever I can have the privilege of gracing this show again, I will definitely snatch your offer up on that in the future. And it's an absolute honor to have been here, and one of the best podcasts on YouTube, hands down.
Brother, that means a lot. 100%, dude. 100%. And that's, I can't take all the credit, man. Vinny was literally the one that's like, yo, can Woolley hop on the show? And I'm, whatever Vinny says, it's not like I'm like, no, I'm just like, yeah, just bring him, dude, bring him. Like, you know, I think 100%, like, if she's still in here, she touches the clouds. Yeah, like 2022, you're coming on. It doesn't matter who you are and stuff like that, bring him on. But huge props to Vinny, dude. Vinny was like, dude, can Woolley come on? He's a good friend. And then it's like, yeah, dude, I know Woolley too, bro. Like, he can totally come on, you know. And just through that, you know, just Joe, I've been talking with him for a while, and then wanting him to come on, we've had in conversation. So I was like, oh yeah, let's just plug him into here. And then Umbra, just meeting him within the spaces. And dude, honestly, my first space that I ever talked in, Umbra, I think it was your space, and you allowed me to talk. So that, I don't know if you remember, but that was huge for me. So even these types of things, like, it's just a way to pay it forward, a way to pay it back. But the impact that you guys feel tonight, just know that we felt that impact from each and every one of you before we even had you guys on the show. So all love.
Absolutely. I remember Bango, and I typically try to remember all of those spaces because they're all special. And I you know, it's really good to hear you guys speak. And you guys, you and Vinny, you know, you carry a very special energy. And I mean, we all felt it here. And that's why Woolley's, everything he said there, it was very humble. It was very beautiful what you said, by the way, Woolley. I just want to say that, like, that takes a lot of humble nature to say what you said. You gave so much praise to these guys, and they deserve it. And I can say this for Vinny, knowing him, because I often interact with him, or I'll see him in chats and such. Vinny is as you see him. Everything you heard there, he's just this real cool,
Yeah.
you know, like, loving kind of guy. He's not trying to start any wars. He's trying to bring people together. And I get that energy from you too, Bango. So you guys, I can see why you have a podcast together. And you just have a good energy about yourselves. So I just hope you guys continue doing what you're doing here. And definitely, we got to get My girl C touches the clouds, aka Sanctus here. I can't wait to hear that.
Sanctus.
Nothing but love to her. Absolutely cannot wait to hear you guys talk with her. She's super intelligent, super intellectual, and a real gamer. So it's dope that you guys are doing this. It means a lot to me to have been on the show, and then to hear these gentlemen talk. Like I said, it is a blessing to hear you guys. Vinny, excuse me, not Vinny, you too, Vinny, of course, but Woolley and Joe. Woolley and Joe, just hearing you guys, like you guys are supremely intelligent, well thought. It's so crazy just to see you guys actually talking here outside. Like I said, it's ridiculous how being online can just really give you a different perception of what people are, and when to really sit down and listen to them. So it's impressive to hear you guys' thoughts on things like that. And I just hope that we really do take everything we talked about here and try to push that forward. I don't think you're going to change overnight. I don't expect anybody to. I just hope that we can try to mature into that over time, myself included.
We should. Much love to you, Umbra, bro, and mad respect. I think we should set up like a gaming session where a mixture of PlayStation and Xbox fans kind of come together and play some Halo or something.
Bro, we got to do.
Oh yeah,
that's an idea, bro. That's an idea.
I'm down for that.
Absolutely.
Make it a regular thing. And I've got Forza Horizon 5, but I still can't play it because I bought the premium edition, but it won't launch for me. It's still not launching on my PC, so I'm pretty upset about that. But I've got Halo Infinite, so we could always have a Halo match or something. And
absolutely. Add me anytime. Super Havoc.
Awesome.
Super space HAVOC.
Okay, I'll let you right now.
All right.
Now after this,
I'll make my shitty gamer score.
No worries. We don't worry about the credentials on this side.
We're not credentialed.
We did the elite squad no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, I will make a DM and I'll add all of us into the chat. And so if there's any ideas floating around or game things that we all want to set up, then we can work in collaborative with that. 100% sure. And that's taking it to the next step, I think. 100%. So I'd love to hear that. And Vinny, Vinny, if you guys don't know, Vinny, when he goes on Twitter and says all the nice things, he's wearing that suit too. All the time. It's his lucky suit.
He doesn't wash it. He bathes in it. He showers
what
in
you
it.
see is what you get. Yeah, that's him.
He makes love in it. He's
It's
getting married in it.
It's off-white now.
It's off-white, yeah. It's a little yellow now.
He's getting married in it.
It's a little yellow. Okay, so I'm going to cap it off with this. We'll say some closing remarks, and then we're done with the show. Tiger Joe, how'd you get your name, bro? Or Harry Zalnania or all
Harry
that.
Balls.
Harry Balls.
I keep thinking it's named Harry Balls. Harry Balls.
It's exactly what it is. It is what it is at face value. Some guy I was bantering with back and forth was like, well, I understand Harry Balls on you. I was like, oh, well, congratulations. It's not a fucking, it's not some enigma. It's so fucking obvious. Like I just put that. I mean, my name is Jose, and I was just trying to avoid people stalking me in real life on Twitter and social media. So I'm just Harry Balls on you. Who cares? I just wanted to have a handle to talk to people back and forth without. I mean, number one, to be honest, having put my name Jose on there, you have people who will come at you a certain way, right? So I put as white a name as possible, so when we have conversations,
white a name as
possible. English? Do you
I'm
speak English?
Exactly. I don't want people asking me for my green card. I don't want people talking shit. Come at me.
Damn.
My name is Harry. Come at me. Talk to me back and forth about whatever you want to talk to. Don't make it about who I am. And that's like kind of the kind of stuff we talked about. If they think my name is Harry, then it could be about the subject matter instead of who I am, what my name is. Can you imagine? My name is Jose Balzania or whatever. Whatever. So Harry Balzania, completely made up. I just was trying to be anonymous on Twitter.
That is something
That
else.
was the best.
So Tiger Joe's a little easier. So Jose is Joseph in Spanish, right? So Joe. But Tiger, as a teenager, I did study martial arts and I did study Hungar, Tiger, Kung Fu. So as soon as the internet kind of came out and you started making emails, all my emails were Tiger Joe. Well, it was Jose the Tiger at first, and then it became Tiger Joe eventually. Yes.
You
I
grew
like
up a
that.
bit and realized the tiger is a bit too cringe. You know,
Yeah. Tiger Joe sounds. Tiger Joe kind of reminds me of Punch Out. Tiger. No. Well, video games.
Glass,
Punch Out.
Glass Joe.
Yeah. Tiger uppercut. From
Tiger.
Street Fighter, and then
Tiger
Joe. I think Joe was
wins.
from Punch Out. Was a guy named Joe from Punch Out?
Yeah, Glass Joe.
Glass Jaw Joe or something, right? So I was
Yeah.
kind of combining kind of some video game
I love it.
nomenclature to come up with the handle.
I like that. Time to change the handle, dude. You can't be rep. You deserve more than Harry Balls, bro.
I had
We got
changed it
you.
up a
We
couple
got you.
times to kind of match some of my dudes. Some of my mutuals who were chasing around some stupid names. I was calling myself Harry, one of the Sony guys' names. I don't know. I changed it up a couple times. If you guys can come up with a cool name for me, that's cool. I'll change it to it. I'll leave it at that forever. But I don't care. It doesn't. It is what it is.
Yeah. It is what it is. Nah, rep Tiger Joe, bro. You got fucking Umbra and Woolley on both sides to back you up if there's any any mess coming around from anybody. So nah, you fam now. So much respected, bro. Much respected. That is a good way to end the show. And it's very I was not thinking that's what the name meant, but hey, the things you know. I'm gonna do it like this, guys. I'm gonna close this out. I'm gonna give you guys the time to just shout out anything because it's Thanksgiving and it's coming up. It doesn't have to be long, but any person that you're thankful for, anything you're thankful for, we'll try to keep it short, not long-winded, but anything you're thankful for, and then where people can find you, and if there's anything, projects or things that you guys want to shout out that's coming up. Okay, so I'll start it off with you, Vinny, and then we'll go around the circle.
Just want to say thankful for all you guys. I'm thankful for the fact that you guys made time to come on the show today and bless us with
100%.
presences, and really appreciate it. Always appreciate Woolley coming on. Always appreciate seeing Umbra spreading his beautiful voice around, and Tiger Joe's beautiful face, man. I love it.
Harry Balls.
Harry Balls. But I appreciate all you guys, and shout out to my fiance. I don't know if she's watching, but I appreciate her the most, and appreciate gaming, man. It's always you meet the best people, like you meet some of your best friends through
Yes.
gaming, and it's just a beautiful art form that everybody can enjoy from all aspects of the world. And so, find me on Twitter or Xbox or PSN. It's all Uso Vinny. And it's Uso Vinny, not USO Vinny. A lot of people think it's like military related.
I always say Uso.
Yeah,
Vinny.
exactly.
Yes, that's how you say it.
Uso is just Samoan for dude. So a lot of people say thank you for your service. I'm like, dude, I didn't get
Once you explain it to him, he's a phony.
I just play games, man. I just play games.
I'm just Samoan, bro.
I'm just Samoan, dude. Like
Uso Vinny, what's your PSN, bro? Because I'm trying to add you and I can't.
You were already friends, Woolley. I invited you to a chat a couple times already.
I'm so ignorant. There you are.
I got my one platinum.
Yeah.
If I snag a PS5, I'll add you guys too.
I'll just send you a penis emoji now.
Yeah, heck yeah. But yeah, thankful for all you guys, and appreciate Bango for having he's the one that creates these shows. I'm always like, hey man, can we get just this guy on the show, please? And I'm always hoping he says yes. But
and thank you for recommending me, bro. It's been awesome.
He puts on a great show. So
Bango, bro. Keep it up, my dude. You're really onto something with this, and really love the content and love the way that you host and portray yourself, and I love the energy that you and Vinny bring. That aloha energy is truly it's a vibe, bro. It's a vibe, and you've got that vibe
Yes.
going on. And the music to start the show off was just, it puts us all into that vibe straight away, because
Yes.
we know where we're going. And yeah, bro, it's awesome.
Dude, you guys are fam, and I feel like that at the end of every show. Literally every guest that comes on, I feel like they're fam at the end of the day. So you are always more than welcome back. And like I said, dudes, if you guys ever come to Oahu, you ever come to Hawaii or Lanai or any of the ones that any of the panel is on, man, you'll be well taken care of. We'll treat you guys to poke, and you will have shave ice, 100%.
Awesome.
Can't wait.
I'll bring loads of antihistamines for my missus. I'll
You
just
can bring
just
the
deal
beans
with
and
it.
toast,
We're
man.
going. Yeah, well, I'll bring the beans on toast, shitloads of EpiPens,
Don't forget the brown sauce.
and crumpets and brown
Yo,
sauce.
yes, the brown sauce, the brown sauce. Now
And-
Sensei knows, bro. He was wondering what the brown sauce was.
I'll bring a few containers of Italian beef.
Oh my goodness, dude. You can bring anything from Chi-Town, I'll eat that. We'll move on to you around the circle, Woolley. Is there anything you're thankful for? And then where can people find you, bro? And you have anything coming up?
So I'm thankful very much for tonight's show. It's gone a lot longer than I expected, and yet I loved every second of it, and I have no regrets other than a black eye from the missus, probably.
Sorry
But
about
speaking
that.
of the missus, I'm very grateful to her. I'm very grateful that I have a beautiful fiance. I'm getting married in just 2 months' time. Less than 2 months.
Yes, that's
January-
right, bro. Congrats again,
January
dude.
the 15th. Big day. So,
Congratulations.
thank you, my dude.
Congrats,
Very,
brother.
very grateful for that. Very grateful for the community on Twitter. They saw me through a dark time. I've been part of this gaming community for about 2 years. And it all started from me making YouTube videos. And never thought it would get to the point where I'm here being invited by good friends that I've met to be on an awesome podcast and be able to talk about just all kinds of crazy things, and just all kinds of things that just, it's almost like therapy, bro. And so I feel really complete and whole tonight. So very grateful for that. Very grateful for Hideo Kojima's existence, and
Yes.
Preach.
very grateful for very grateful for Forza Horizon 5 and Halo Infinite, because Xbox had no games.
You heard it here, people. You heard it here.
Is now retired
Let it be-
officially.
Let it be known.
Let it be known, preacher.
Exclusive.
Exclusive.
I'm also very grateful for exclusives. They are not anti-consumer. That's a bullshit narrative. I'm very grateful that they exist, because the gaming industry would not be where it is today without them. And yeah, thank you so much. I'm grateful that I've made new friends here tonight, and I've gained newfound respect for new people I haven't met before. And just grateful to have just been part of this and meet you all. And yeah, it's honestly, bro, I have no words. I'm super touched and honored to have been here. So mahala. Mahalo. Big mahalo.
Big mahalo. Respect, dude. And I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you guys 100%. I gotta keep on moving on so I can start crying and forget what I'm supposed to do to close the show. Umbra, brother, anything you're thankful for? Where can people find you? And you have anything coming up that people should know about?
Is there like some type of like quota for saying Mahalo? Like if you guys keep showing it on screen, you get like 10 cents or something? If so,
We're
Mahalo.
We're sponsoring Canva. You know.
There it is.
It's like winning the jackpot.
It's a special word of the day. No, I like that. I
You need
really
to
do
add
like
like
seeing
a
it pop
choir
up.
going.
Yeah.
Every time you show it.
Mahalo.
There it
But-
is.
Well, I gotta talk to you later on. After you go to sleep after this, but later on, how you bring sound effects and stuff into this? 'Cause I'm still trying to figure that stuff out. 100%.
I can do that.
Yeah, but I'm really thankful for, you know, positive people like you guys, you know, in the community to continue doing what you're doing. I'm really thankful for gaming as a whole. You know, without having that, I think I can speak for all of us as gamers. It would have left a different type of void in our lives that gaming has filled, right? Even from Woolley with the Metal Gear Solid tattoos of Big Boss and such, and
Yes.
you know, and Hideo Kojima, and who I've got love for as well, or with Joe with his love for Dark Souls and such, or you know, our love for The Witcher and CD Projekt Red or whatever it may be. It would have left a different void in this world without it, and I'm just thankful of having that outlet to get to, and Halo, of course, for
Amen,
me.
brother.
You know, I hope that you get the Forza situation sorted out, Woolley, because even like Joe made the face, I made the face over here. You couldn't see it, but I was like, oh, wait a minute, you paid how much and you didn't get to play it? I
Yeah.
did the same face, like what? So you got to get that sorted out. Hopefully,
And I made the mistake of buying it through CD keys it cost me
that's
£18.
why.
It cost me £18 less for the premium edition. I managed to get it for £72 instead of it costing me 90.
Well, he
That's
bought it
wild.
on Windows. the
And I
Windows
redeemed
store.
it, and I redeemed it through the Windows Store. And unfortunately, because I redeemed it, and it's an official code, but it's bought via third party, they're telling me to take up the issue with CD keys, who won't refund me because I've used the code, and it's a functioning game regardless of whether it doesn't work on my computer.
That's insane.
It's an official game, you see, so it's a take it up with Microsoft, and Microsoft won't refund me or anything. I asked CD Keys would they consider giving me a Steam key out of like goodwill gesture, but they won't. They don't have the
That's
Steam
crazy.
key version, so yeah, unfortunately, bro. But that Xbox app needs work on the PC. Microsoft Store,
We can all agree to that, dude.
Yeah, I think we all agree. Yep.
There's terrible issues with it. Like, I don't know what's going on. But the Ascent, I bought the Ascent on Steam, and it runs so much better than the Ascent through Windows. It's crazy. Like, there's seriously, like, ray tracing wasn't working or anything on the Windows version, on the Xbox version through the Xbox app, and there was severe performance issues. Yet on Steam, it runs a treat. So it's like, what's going on here? It's bizarre, man. So
it's definitely some stuff Microsoft has to get sorted out. But I was wondering why you couldn't play it. But are you subscribed to Game Pass?
So,
Yeah,
I'm subscribed to Game Pass.
Yeah.
But I'm subscribed to the Lord and Savior Phil Spencer's
Game
yeah. Because I mean, at least through there you can put on, download.
But it still doesn't
Phil.
work. The only way I can play the game right now is through the cloud, which I'm not doing. Because I've tried it on Game Pass as well, and it just doesn't work. So it literally crashes 8 seconds in on the first Playground Games publisher screen before it reaches the main menu. It crashes as it's zooming in on one of the speed dials, and it crashes at the exact same point. So
that sucks. Sorry to hear that, but
it's all good, bro.
Yeah,
thank you.
But again, just thankful for all these different things. I'll be thankful when Microsoft gets that sorted out for you.
Thanks, Steve.
Yes.
Thankful for family first and foremost over everything else, and friends, and making new friends. I'm thankful for that, and just finding that special someone. So to go back to you being married, getting married, and everything like that matters a lot. And that's good that you found that someone. I'm on that journey sometimes myself. I say sometimes because sometimes I don't care. But but it's good to just have that outlet, to have that person there in your corner, somebody to pat you on your back as you let your emotions out over Death Stranding and such as you did. That matters. So yeah, so I'm just thankful for everything like that. Everything is as that gaming has created for us in community wise and everything else, and just family, like I said, honestly, and friends.
There's one
Amen
more
to
thing
that.
I just want to say quickly, bro, and then I promise I'll shut up. I just want to shout out and say I'm very grateful to my panel who are part of my podcast as well. And my podcast wouldn't be where it is today without them. And so all of them mean the world to me, and I'm super grateful. So thank you.
Yes, shout out to the company of gamers, man. Akira, OT, those are the ones that I know off the top of my
They're
head.
the ones, my dude. And then you've got Sev Davis, who's a
Mm.
developer, and Wilhelm, he's like a mini Herman Hulst. He sounds just like him. It's hilarious.
Mini
His
Herman
voice
Hulst.
sounds identical to him. Honestly, when he speaks, he's got this same accent, man. And when he talks, it's like he sounds exactly like Herman Hulst is speaking.
Herman
And
Host
then
Jr.
yeah, honestly, like the whole panel, man. I've made some lifelong friends. DZ is coming to my wedding, so
Yeah,
and
that's lifelong friends,
and
man.
Dude,
me and
DZ's
OT,
like my favorite gay guy on Twitter, man. He's awesome.
yeah, I love that guy. And he also OT, he video called me when his wife was in labor, and we're really good friends, and he sent me a beautiful picture of his newborn baby girl the day she was born, and I was able
Yeah,
to share
shout out
that
to Oli.
moment.
I saw that. I saw that.
I was
man.
able to share that moment with him, and kind of like I've made some real proper lifelong friends, and I don't see them ever going away. So it's all thanks to this medium, man, and gaming bringing us together. So you can't not respect that and love that. So whether you're
Yes.
Xbox dude, whether you're PlayStation, whether you're PC Master Race, or whether you're Nintendo Switch, if you fucks with this community and you're part of it, and you are part of it for the goal of being part of it, then that makes you part of the family of gamers in my book.
Yeah, gaming is the great unifier.
Absolutely.
100%.
Great
And just
privilege.
to add, I forgot to actually plug myself as far as what I'm doing, but I was just so taken back by everything else. But you guys can follow me if you're not already or know where I'm at. Infinite Umbra or Umbra Infinite, maybe on Twitter, I suppose. Backwards, you'll find me one way or another. And as I've said earlier, Super Havoc on Xbox. If you want to, reach me on there and join in, I don't mind adding new people as long as you're there to game. You're not here for anything else. I'm all for it. It's the same on PlayStation for me, but it's an underscore between Super and Havoc. Like Woolley, I don't know if my platinums or anything are too much to like smile about on that end because I only use it really for the PlayStation exclusives. But other than that, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what reason to add me on PlayStation because I don't play anything else on there but the single player games. So yeah.
You're talking to an ADHD gamer here. I only have 4 platinums, so.
Okay, well, hey, I think we're I'm close to the same boat, if not. But what else? Oh, and also, like I said before, I'm now a regular on the Xbox Infinite podcast with Risk It for the Biscuit and Jedi Knight Peter.
Shout out to
Yeah.
them.
And it airs today for the future people Aussies that are like 12 hours ahead of us. And it aired Friday for us in America, like Central and Pacific and everything else. So yeah, that's really it for me. And just going to keep going. And like I said, I still want to pick you guys' brains on Mango and Vinny on how you guys approach and just your overall professionalism on how you set this all up. Woolley said it really best, though, obviously, that it's just really top notch how well you guys have set this up. Bango, you've been an excellent host. I really appreciate you guys having me on, and the panel as well. You guys, it's really great to hear your guys' story. You really understand who you are as people. First, gamers second. That really was really good to hear.
Umbra, if you're going to use StreamYard, then obviously Bango Mango is the man to speak to. But if you are going to decide on using OBS, the original, not Streamlabs OBS, but the official OBS app, and you need some help or tips on how to get set up, just let me know. We can Discord, and I can help you through it.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, 100, man. Pick all of our brains, dude. Because Woolley has some things that I've seen on top of his podcast that I just cannot do, and I gotta pick his brain for it. And then, by all means, dude, we will share as much as we can with you, 100%. Just ask away.
Really appreciate it, brothers.
Stoked, man, stoked. And last but not least, dude, Tiger Joe, not Harry Balls, Tiger Joe, Jose, my brother. Where can people find you, bro? And what are one or a couple things you're thankful for?
Yeah, I mean, people mentioned a lot of good things. I'll just say I'm thankful for diversity as far as culture. I know Woolley says he has no culture, but I mean, the UK's got their thing going on too. My wife and I would love to go out to Scotland and Ireland and in the UK to see what's going on. You might not have any fantastic food, but there's lots to see. There's a lot of old history there. But yeah, man, I mean, Hawaii, Pacific Islands,
I
and
appreciate that, dude.
Chi-Town and Detroit, they're kind of sister cities. Actually got family in Chicago, so I feel a lot of what you got going on over there. But no, I appreciate all of our diversity, and I thank God that He made people so different, and that we can have all these delicious foods and all these different ideas and perspectives. That's once again what makes the media different and interesting. Without diversity, there'd be no Hideo Kojima or anybody else. The actors that are in the games, the voice actors, the developers, the people who are making the indies, Devolver throwing out all these fucking fantastic indies all year long. It's ridiculous the games they got churning out. But no, I appreciate the diversity in the gaming industry. Of course, I love my family and appreciate them, and I'm thankful for them. But yeah, mostly I just appreciate having friends, making new friends, and people understanding my nonsense sometimes, but having patience to deal with me. Outside of that, I have nothing going on. I'm just some asshole on Twitter. I don't have any content happening. This is my content. Shout out to Ham Solo for having me on his show. Appreciate you guys having me on your show. I am Tiger Joe on PlayStation Network and Xbox, and I think even on Steam. So Tiger Joe's my game handle for the most part. A lot of times, that's it from me.
Bro, I don't know. After this, man, you probably gonna have some guest spots for sure. You be dropping dimes, bro. You be dropping dimes. But see, I think that's the trick, boys. The secret to being a good host is across anything, just talk about food in the beginning, and then we all friends at the end. Oh man, but yeah. To close off, dude. I just want to thank everyone. First and foremost, I want to thank the panel for coming on, dude. If me and Vinny are just very transparent, dude, bringing anyone from across certain ponds and with the whole aspect of now that we understand with cancel culture, toxicity, it's kind of scary, dude. It's kind of scary to see whether people will click or not click, and I'm sure all of us as a united would say that there was some type of uh, wondering before coming onto a podcast like this. And I'm just so stinking thankful, dude. That at the end of the day, dude, you guys are all upstanding gentlemen. You guys are all good dudes, and we can just talk games, man. And that's the thing that people need to see past in Twitter, dude, is that behind that, again, like we talked about, there's good dudes. And when you get to know the person, man, like I feel like you guys, like I've only met you guys maybe like what, three months, maybe less, but it feels like you guys are definitely family moving forward 100%. And I feel that love from each and every one of you guys. So panel, thank you so much for coming out. I want to thank all the people that rocked with us. There's still 6 people that have been here. I don't know if you guys been here the whole time, but it's been freaking 4 hours. So that's unbelievable to me that people would stick around for 4 hours, let alone the panel. So, hey, Sanctus, Sea Touches the Clouds, thank you for coming out. Sensei, you always 100, bro. Always welcome. We got to have you on. C-Nibs, too. I'm not sure if he was kicking in here, but I know you a homie of Blind, 100%. You a homie of us, dude. Blind Giant, a rest up, dude. I see you. He's one of our panel members. I rest up, help the surgery, and the recovery goes super good, and we can touch base upon everything that happened later on. Wandering Dutch, my homie, dude. My mix up midweek brethren gave us that shot to be a part of that collective. Nothing but love for you and everyone else that came in, that just from all of our sides, dude. I saw Saltiest come in and say what's up. Fawns came in, said what's up. Smitty Smith came in, said what's up, dude. And then all the people that I just don't have the time to scroll through all of this and say thank you to. I appreciate you guys for coming out, dude. And I think that to add to what we just said, just with us moving forward and making that change, this type of mixture and chat is something you normally don't see, you know. So I really do appreciate that, and I appreciate people from all around, just everywhere the world or consoles coming together and just showing love. So appreciate that, dude. You can find me on Twitter at Bango Mango, just like what it says here. And then you can find us again on Talk Story Podcast, Talk Story Pod HI on Twitter. We're gonna be posting all of our stuff on top there. Or if you liked it, dude, like and subscribe. As I said before, I'm still working out the kinks, but you're not going to have to watch 4 hours of this. There will be timestamps if you want to just skip to it, but I'm trying to work a way where I can kind of cut it down and make it more digestible. So if you just want to hear the console war conversation, you can listen to that. If you just want to hear the history and the gaming background and life of like a Infinite Umbra or BottyGerJoe or Woolley Gamer, I'll try to cut it down and see if we can do that as well. But yeah, dude, I'm thankful for just for me. I'm thankful for my faith. I'm thankful for my wife. I'm thankful for the opportunity to just jump into gaming and just have a community, dude. When I first started off, it was just to talk story about games. It wasn't even to make a platform, and that's something that I feel like I need to consistently come back and remind myself. It's not about the followers. It's not about the numbers. If my panel and I are having fun, if my guest and I are having fun, and if they had a good time, then I've done my job. I've done my work, and we're good. And we're moving on from there. So, yeah, but followers, and that help too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I don't want them, but at the same time, the heart of it is something I appreciate. So, thank you guys all. Thank you everyone here for coming. And Pano, I appreciate you guys, man. We're gonna close it out now. You guys can stick around. We're going to we can touch base a little bit after. And what is that, Joe?
I saw him like, take me on.
What is that? I'm a real boy now.
Grab my strong hand.
yeah, do the scary movie too.
Oh my god.
Grab my hand. Oh, with that, guys, Talk Story out. Shoots, guys. Mahalo, and check you on the next episode.